Welcome in, Risto. I just read your comment there. Opcos still alive. This countdown's been going for hours now. I agree. I set a little 15-minute counter there because it was taking me a little bit longer to get this set up. Hello and welcome, friends. It's a little bit of a different stream today. We're playing a bit of a war game, which isn't my usual vibe. So we'll see how that goes. I'm expecting to lose a lot. Happy to see you, Risto, Cosmic Beat, Gecko. Welcome in. And yeah, it's Easter, so I'm wearing my. This is as Easter as it gets. I got my bunny shirt on, and I thank you, Cosmic Beat. Thank you. It says, "How about no? How about no?" And I feel like that's gonna be. Are we gonna win today? How about no? I have a feeling that's how it's gonna go, but we will see. We will see. My win streak rather was defeated by Demon Ship last weekend. I did ultimately win. We finished on a win, so we can carry that forward if we can beat Halls of Hegra. But this isn't my usual style of game, and I have a strange feeling that there's gonna be a learning curve here where we're gonna get repeatedly wrecked in this game. Welcome in, Trombone. Thanks for that lurk. All right. Whoa. Thought my coffee cup was falling over there for a second. All right. So, let's talk about Halls of Hegra. What's this guy? Okay. So, Halls of Hegra is a solo wargame. It's based on the Siege of Hegra, which is a fortress that was attacked in World War II, where leading a force of Norwegian volunteers against superior in every way imaginable German forces. So already it feels a little iffy. Okay, bring on the carnage. All right, yeah, exactly. I'm expecting this one to be rough. What's interesting about this game is that I would say compared to most games in this genre, this does feel like it has more kind of mechanics that I'm going to say are going to be a little more familiar to me, because it does have some like worker placement, bag building, general kind of this is modern board gaming mechanics, where I feel like war games on their own, that's not usually how they go, right? There's usually big, huge rules systems, lots of chits, lots of exceptions, lots of dice chucking, and they're kind of not my scene. So, in this case, in Halls of Hegra, Sir, did you not activate the bot? I totally opened the bot up. I totally did. But it might have crashed horribly. You know what? I'm gonna go fix that because it's the start of stream and it's gonna bug me. And then I'll tell you about Halls of Hegra. One sec. Alright, apparently StreamerBot just doesn't want to stay open anymore. So it may or may not work, and that's just the way it's going to be. Anyhow. So, James is an old man, also part-time streamer. He can't remember everything. Hashtag pro streamer. Thanks, guys. Thanks. All right, so let's take a look here. So, in Halls of Hegra, we are leading a siege that lasts 11 days, okay? Each of those days is effectively a round of play, okay? And we are going to basically have this first 3 days is the mobilization phase. This is where we kind of start the game and we have some hope of making good choices. What those good choices are, we don't know yet because we've never played. But we're trying to like recruit some volunteers and set up some supply depots and all these sorts of things to prepare ourselves for the coming siege. We get attacked, there's a siege, we get attacked again. Basically, we win the game if enough people survive. Okay, if ever this little marker here gets moved up to unconditional surrender, we lose. And if we ever drop below a certain number of like healthy defenders, we also lose. So basically, our goal is to try to not die. Okay, to hold on. It's a siege. Now, to make things complicated for us, this little board here, it's actually kind of cool. This is something that's going to change over the course of the game. Well, that doesn't really give you guys a good view. None of these do. Let's just go with that one. So this can actually flip over, and then there's printed stuff here. So as we progress through the various stages of the game, this is going to have different stuff on it to represent like the oncoming German forces and that sort of thing. So right now it's on like the nice, friendly mobilization side. Okay. But basically we have to contend with fear and doubt. All right. There's a coup we have to deal with at the end of day 3 before the siege begins in earnest. And the more fear we have, the fewer recruits we will have available to us for the rest of the game. Essentially, they get removed from, they flee. It's volunteers, you know. I can't blame them. And doubt is generally really yucky. As we gain doubt, we're going to be placing these pink doubt tiles in our recruit bag over here. The recruit bag, basically, every turn we're going to have a little bit of a worker placement kind of opportunity, but it starts with a push your luck where we're drawing from this recruit bag. Okay, and there's a bunch of things in here that we started with. There's very little doubt currently in here. Okay, most of this is the various types of soldiers and stuff, or volunteers. We have volunteers, they're blue. We have soldiers, they're brown. We have hunters, they're green. Doubt, which is pink, which is really bad. And then medics. Okay, so these represent the various, roles we can have our respective volunteers, our forces in, and certain ones are better at certain tasks, right? So the challenge is, if you've ever heard me complain about bag building, you've probably heard me talk about Quacks of Quedlinburg. My game groups love Quacks of Quedlinburg, and I hate it because I'm exceptionally good at beating the odds, and like I'll have 30 tiles in my bag and I'll draw only the bad ones. It'll be 10% of what's in there, and I'll get like 3 back to back and die, blow up my creation in Quacks of Quedlinburg like immediately, and I have to use this thing every turn. So basically the way it's going to work is we can place up to 4 workers out, we can recruit up to 4 additional workers. We have some available to us already, okay? But we can recruit additional ones, but we draw from this bag one at a time, and we can stop whenever we want. If ever we get that pink doubt tile, then we get one of the ones that we've currently drawn, and the rest go back out of the bag into this reserve here. Okay, so right now there's about 20 tiles in here and 1 doubt tile. So we have a really good chance of getting lots of extras. We can draw up to 4 each round. But if we draw 3 and then mess it up, most of those get removed from the bag, which makes the ratio, the doubt tiles go back in. So it makes the ratio of doubt go up significantly when we fail. And yeah, Martina, Quacks, exactly. I suck at bag building, so I'm nervous about that. But basically we're gonna recruit some dudes, then we're gonna take all the guys up here that are ready to go and assign them to various places on the board. Now, the ones that are on this middle mini board right here, these ones are going to change as we move through the phases of the game. So we probably, especially on these early turns, want to focus on these guys down here. So right now, this will, I don't know why I keep thinking that that's going to work out differently than it is. Anyways, this lets us open additional supply routes, as well as negotiate to eliminate either fear or doubt. Both good things for us. Okay, and we can see here, it shows a number on here. These ones say ×2. That's how many people we need assigned to this action in order to do it. So we couldn't complete this with a single guy. We need at least 2. And then additionally, some of the spots have restrictions, like this one, or boons. This one, negotiating, we have one little like officer here, this guy. We only have 1, okay? But if he negotiates, he counts as 2. So he can do the action all by himself, whereas every other time we're gonna need 2 workers. And the various other actions on the board are kind of similar, like firing the artillery. Well, we can only do that with either our officer or our soldier. We can't do that with a volunteer. We can't just get some farmer to throw down his pitchfork and hop on the, like, you know, whatever it is, 70 millimeter gun. You know, that's not going to work. So only certain guys can do this, and that sort of thing. Additionally, we're going to need supplies in order to recruit additional guys. Our forces are going to slowly tire out, okay? And we're going to need to use supplies in order to recruit additional people over the course of the game. We get those supplies off the board. The supply depots are conveniently located way up here at the top, where there's, you know, 1 or 2 bad guys between us and them. So there'll be German patrols and artillery, and all kinds of colorful stuff will appear out here over the course of the game that we'll have to kind of do a little mini game to go capture some supplies and bring them back. So that's also part of the, you know, that's probably going to be easier to do now rather than later in the game when we're kind of deeply under siege. It's going to probably be hard to go fetch supplies. And yeah, that's kind of the deal. Okay. There's a little snow mini game, you know, where we can dig through the snow in order to find various snow tiles. I don't recall setting that up as part of setup. I probably need to do that with these in a particular way. I should go check that out. But these are going to give us additional things. We might find a radio that we can then add. It gives us another action. Or some of these are going to be like one-time hidden tools. We get to repair some stuff, you know? We're going to find one-time benefits or like permanent gear that we've uncovered beneath the snow. Let me fix that. Hi, friends. This looks cool as long as there aren't bad draws or rolls. Yeah, gonna die soon. All right, Allison. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I needed that. You're always so positive. That's why I like you, Allison. It's true. I do think this one is going to be a tougher one. Cosmic Beat, I appreciate that lurk on YouTube, by the way. Okay, where are the snow tiles? Let's just figure that out because I totally skipped it. I do not remember that being part of the setup whatsoever. Oh, it's literally the last step. Shuffle the snow tiles to form a deck and place it face down on its designated spot on the main board. Imagine that. Okay. Whoops. So I will say, apparently shuffling these is quite difficult. I will say I think this is going to be one where we're going to move through it very procedurally for the first couple of turns here. Because, well, actually probably for a lot of the game. Because the rule set kind of changes depending on which phase you're in. Whether you're in the mobilization phase or the first attack or the last stand or whatever. And there's a couple little rules exceptions here and there. And I don't want to mess those up. I don't know why I'm struggling so much to shuffle these. But we're going to just call that done. And we're going to put this here. And we're going to give this a shot. The one thing that is really nice is they did give us a very nice little rules. Like this is the, like what Demon Ship was missing was a nice little like player aid kind of diagram of how we progress through the game. And kind of where, you know, there's gaps in here because certain things don't happen in the various phases of the game. Mobilization, first attack, or siege 1 or 2. So kudos to them for making this vaguely manageable. Just here to spread the good vibes. Exactly. Okay, so speaking of good vibes, we start with an event. So I put these cards as far away from me as possible for no good reason. That's where they belong, but whatever. So we're in the mobilization phase. We're going to take a look at what we got here. And the first thing we do is resolve the weather. So because this is sunny, I think that means we move this down to the sunny spot. Okay. It says, add 2 patrols. You must move the fear marker 1 level up. Well, that sucks. We've become more fearful. We are getting reports on German soldiers being placed around the farms on the way to Hegra. Well, that's sucky. That's sucky. So we do have a patrol bag, which is this guy here. I'm going to presume that we have to, you know, draw 2 discs out of this. Let's make sure we get placing patrols right, because I read these rules and I feel like really iffy on them, if I'm honest. So we're just going to plod through it slowly but surely. Come on, where do you tell me about patrols, you jerks? It's in here somewhere. You know what, I probably just... Oh, here we go. No, we're going to add more patrols later. Okay, so we're going to draw 2 patrols. They have a number, a 1 and a 5. And we're currently in the green phase of the game. So we're going to put this on number 1 and this one on number 5. I guess we can indicate that they're a patrol now. Well, that was surprisingly easy. So when we're going for supplies, if we have to interact with these German patrols, we have a couple different options. It's like its own little mini game. We can send out a supply run from here. It can move a certain amount. When it encounters these tiles with the German patrols, which there's probably going to be lots of later, right? Then we have to choose how to resolve it. So we'll deal with that when we get there. This will be fine. This will be fine. All right. So, yeah. Okay. We've... I don't know the significance of these markers on the right-hand side here. I think we only... I don't know that they mean anything, actually. Let's check. We do have to add a doubt tile to the recruit bag based on our current doubt level, which is 1. So I know we're going to do that. Just do that now. Let me double check if that thing on the right of the event actually means anything. No, it just tells us do as much of the text as we can. And it's never mentioned in any way whatsoever. It's probably just some, you know, I don't know, flavor. Okay, so now we get to do the fun part of the game. We get to push our luck from the recruit bag. This is the part, you know, I knew we were gonna, like, it wasn't gonna take long, but we were gonna get to a point in this game where I was gonna have to do something that was gonna end badly, and I think that's happened now. So we've resolved our event. It's a sunny day. There's a couple German patrols. Who gives a shit? Time to draw from the bag, okay? Now, we can draw up to 4 tiles. There are 2 doubt tiles in this bag of, like, this has got like 20 things in it, okay? This has lots, plenty is in here. So, we're gonna try and just do the like, we're gonna do the correct thing, and we're gonna be greedy early because the ratio of doubt tiles to other tiles in the bag is as good as it's ever going to be. It's never gonna get better. The whole game, we're just gonna have more doubt and fewer other tiles. So we're gonna try and draw 4, and we're gonna make it happen. What could go wrong? All right, let's see what we get here. Greed is good, exactly. Okay, so that's a volunteer. Okay, that's going to give us extra supplies. The blue one is a volunteer. They're kind of like the least useful in terms of executing actions because they're not trained, but they do bring supplies with them. Okay, and we're going to get a soldier. That's good. We like that. We're going to get another volunteer. Oof. It's really tempting to stop now and be like smart about it. Look at this. We got these 3 guys just sitting over here. If we get the stupid pink disc, we lose all. No. We got to be greedy early or we're going to lose. We got to be greedy. We know it. Hey, okay, we didn't fail. This is a good sign. I'm very surprised, frankly. I'm very, very surprised. Okay, so we get to place all of these guys. We can't draw more than 4. And we drew 3 volunteers and a soldier. So we get to place these guys all in the ready section of the board. That's right over here. Okay, and for each volunteer we place in there, we gain 1 supply. So we actually have 4 supplies now instead of the 1 that we started with because we added 3 from that draw. That's huge. And then that's it for the event phase in this first phase of the game, the mobilization phase. There's other stuff we have to do in later phases, but that's it for now. So now, well, there's a little mini game here with tired and rested soldiers. Okay, later in the game, we're going to have more people in these various boxes. For now, everybody's just ready. It's the first turn. These volunteers haven't seen any Germans yet, and they are raring to go. So we basically get to assign all of these to the spots on the board. So anything that's an action that we can do looks like this. It's got a Norwegian flag and a circular area. Okay, and we can assign for almost all of the actions. We can do it as many times as we want. We just need like enough people on that action. Most of them take multiple guys. Okay, but we're in a happy place. So I think we want to focus on. Oh, there's an ad running. That's okay. I think we want to focus on this board here. I don't know what I'm doing, but we can only do these actions for the first 3 turns of the game. Okay, once we're out of the mobilization phase, we can no longer open new supply routes or negotiate to decrease fear or doubt. Okay, so I think these are really good places for us to start. There's also we can fire at the Germans and we can fire the artillery and stuff like that, but there's nobody to fire at yet, right? We haven't been attacked, so we kind of don't need to worry about those just yet. So I think we should focus on these, open up some new supply routes, reduce our fear and doubt. FUD is bad. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. We got to eliminate it. Okay? And then there's these maintenance actions as well. We don't currently have anyone in the infirmary. Nobody's gotten hurt yet. So probably now's a good time to start shoveling snow, right? And maybe repairing some damage. This gun here, we have 1 gun, okay? We have 1 big artillery 75 millimeter gun or something like that. This is probably going to be really useful, but it's currently a little busted up. We got to repair these things to reveal the tokens underneath. I think we repair left to right, always removing the leftmost thing. This one doesn't have one under it, okay? It's sort of not so good. But we probably want to get to work on repairing our gun as well. So we got a lot of we just got to tidy this fortress up, okay? We gotta find a way to do a little spring clean in here. Okay, so what the heck do we want to do? I don't know. So open a new supply route. That lets us take these delivery tokens and add them to a new spot on the board. We have to do that at some point, right? Let's just assume we don't actually resolve these until after we've placed all of our guys out, and then we resolve them in a particular order. So we're just going to start by deciding that, yeah, let's put that there. I guess these defensive positions would probably be good things to repair, as would the gun. So we know we want to put some effort into repairing. I think we also should shovel snow. We were blessed with a sunny day. I don't know if that's because it's the first deck. I mean, there's like 20 event cards. We're only going to go through 3. So who knows? But it will only require us to remove 3 snow to get this first snow marker. And I think we should be doing that immediately. Now, when we shovel snow, we only get to move it 1 spot. So we're going to have to put at least 3 guys on there. One of the types of people in the recruit bag is hunters. They look like they look like muscle, basically. They're really good at shoveling snow, and also I think they're good on the supply runs, but we don't have any. So we're just gonna send, we're just gonna put our volunteers to work. They first open a new supply route, and they secondly are gonna shovel snow. We're gonna commit 3 of them to that so that we can get this down and flip up the top tile. We could also, I think it resets back to 3 once we flipped it up. So we'd have to put like 6, basically everybody, if we wanted to get another snow tile. So I don't think we want to do that. Repairing is going to cost us at least 2. Let's just assume we also want to negotiate. We can only do this during the mobilization phase. So let's put this guy, he counts as 2. I think we want to move this doubt marker down into here. That's going to allow us, it's probably impossible to see on stream, but if we get our doubt marker down low enough, we're always going to be adding 1 doubt token to the bag, which we really want to avoid adding more doubt. I know my weakness in this game is this stupid recruit bag. I know it already. So we really want to avoid that. And as we get it down, we get to actually increase our morale, which is going to be like we have a team of volunteers being attacked by the Germans in World War II. Morale's got to stay high or it's over, right? So I think that's a good move. Okay, so let's send this guy to negotiate. And then it takes 2 to repair. So we can repair. We can probably... okay, so we're already at that point where we can't do as much as we want to, right? Well, I want to do everything. I want to do an inspirational speech, I get to move the morale marker up. This guy could do it. He's really good at inspiring the troops, but then he's not moving the doubt down. We could use these 2 guys, these 2 soldiers. They could inspire their fellow troops. But if we do that, then we're not sending out a supply run, which feels like we want to do that sooner than later. I don't know. We're going to try this. We don't know what we're doing. We're not going to overthink it. We're going to inspire, and we'll worry about those supplies later. Surely we won't regret this, okay? So we've planned out our turn here. We're going to open a new supply route, do some negotiating, get rid of that doubt. We're going to shovel out some snow, hopefully find something cool. We're going to do a little bit of repairs, maybe fix up that gun or some of these defensive positions. And we're also going to have a nice inspirational speech from two of our soldiers, our finest. And then we're going to see what happens. Now, we resolve these in a particular order. Oh, look, that order is listed on here. Open new supply route and negotiate. We do those first. Then we fire the artillery and, so on and so forth. Okay. Well, we're going to just make sure we do these things correctly. So, when we negotiate, we reduce the fear or doubt level by 1. Now, we could reduce doubt, even if doubt increases, we still only add 1 marker to the thing. but we want to get this morale bonus if we can. And fear reduces our overall supply of recruits at the end of day 3. So we have 2 days, a ton of time, frankly, to reduce the fear. So I think we're going to reduce the doubt by 1. Okay. We'll live with our decisions or die by them. Who's to say? But we're going to reduce our doubt by 1. Okay. Then we get to open a new supply route. So basically we take one of these groups of tokens and we get to add it to the map. Okay. And there's 3 tokens and we choose which ones to add to the map. Okay, so we have ones that give us miss tokens. That's going to be, there's this whole other bag that we have to resolve, the hit bag, which is going to determine when we take damage and things like that. Miss tokens are going to make us, well, those attacks will miss instead. That's going to be really nice. This gives us morale. Okay, these give us some more soldiers, more troops. And I think this reduces our number of patrols. So I don't really know which is going to be most valuable here. And I don't know what's a realistic expectation as to how many we're going to be able to get, that sort of thing. We really don't know what to expect here. So I think we can't go wrong with these miss tiles. It also allows us to send out a supply off to this other side of the board, right? That may be significant. I don't know. We'll see. Pretty sure Norway lost the invasion. So if you lose, you can just say you are playing historically correctly. There we go. There we go. I do not know. I admittedly know nothing about this conflict historically other than, you know, it existed. That's like the sum total of my knowledge. And it's probably going to stay that way. There is a little bit in the rule book. There's a little bit of info on kind of what happened historically. Maybe we can check that out at some point once we've failed. But okay, we negotiated. Where do we move our markers? Do they go to tired, rest? What do we do with them? Oh, and in each section of the board, we get to choose the order that we resolve them in. Okay, so everybody who we used gets moved to the tired area. So the significance of that is that these guys on the tired area, we can move them back over to the ready area. We can move 2 from the tired to the rest area for free, and then 2 from the rest area to the ready area for free each turn. Okay, but we're gonna have like 10 tired troops here, so we spend our supplies in order to move them. Okay, so right now 1 supply lets us move 4 troops to the ready area. So supplies are really going to be pretty vital. We might actually want to keep that in mind and go after this little spot up here that allows us to get supplies. We lucked out and got a bunch of supplies from our volunteers. Those farmers came, they brought, I don't know what a traditionally Norwegian farm product, corn. We're gonna say corn. That's probably wrong, but it's winter also, so I have no idea. They brought hay. I don't know. Anyways, they brought us something useful, and that's gonna run out later. Okay, so then we would do the fire artillery. They're nicely labeled. We do section 1, section 2, section 3. We didn't do those, so now we're on to section 4 here. So we can do this in any order that we want. We're going to start by shoveling snow. Okay, we don't like snow. I'm Canadian. I've seen enough snow in my day to know that it can really screw things up. Okay, so for each person that we have volunteer shoveling snow, we've got 3. Okay, we get to move this snow marker 1 to the left. 1, 2, 3, which means we're on the flip the top snow tile spot. Okay, we're gonna flip this up. We found hidden tools. We can either repair a damaged tile or add 1 miss tile to the hit bag. Well, we put out those mist tiles. I think those are going to be really valuable, but we have lots to repair here. And if we don't spend as much time repairing, then perhaps we'll have more time to do things like send out supplies, have inspirational speeches, etc. So I think we're going to use this hidden tool in order to repair. Okay, I really wanted to find an item, like a new action space, like the medicine cabinet or the radio or something. But we found a hammer in the snow, and we're going to repair the leftmost side of our gun here. So we get to take this damage tile off, and we're happy. Okay. These also get jammed, by the way, and we need to repair them in order to remove that. Repairing is going to be a big deal in this game, I believe. Okay, so that was our snow action. Now we can do our repair action. So what do we want to repair? Do we want to repair one of our defensive positions? I think probably. Now we can assign additional troops here to help us suppress the Germans and or eliminate them when they're attacking us later in the game. Oh yeah, I forgot. Once we go back to 3 on the snow whenever we reveal a tile. All right, so then our final thing is we get to make an inspirational speech down here. That's gonna our 2, hardened veterans who aren't volunteers per se, they're actually in the military, gave an inspirational speech, and we get to increase the morale marker by 1. Now I believe we resolve morale as part of the end of the day phase. Yeah, it's number 6. So we're done all this. We would do the infirmary. Nobody's hurt yet. We'll be seeing that later, I'm sure. Okay. And then we do the morale here. So, let's see here. So we got to modify this. I'm just going to look at the rules and make sure I get this right. It's got a little reference, but I'm going to screw it up. Okay. So we move up potentially because of this spot that the doubt marker is on. So if I had put two more guys into the negotiating instead of inspiring, that probably would have been a really good move. I would have just moved the morale marker up anyway, and I wouldn't have had to, oh well, I would have got it as income essentially. We just learned our first lesson. Okay. Certain days cause us to lose morale on the turn track. It's not one of those. We're not out of supplies. If we've got anybody waiting in the infirmary, so there's not enough beds available for the defenders, we lose morale, but that's not the case. And yeah, so we don't lose any morale. Okay, so then we get to resolve this. We draw 2 high morale cards and resolve one of them. So these are the high morale cards over here. I have no idea what's on these. No idea whatsoever, but they're in this little stack over here. They look kind of cool. I don't know that's going to want to focus on those. But we get to draw 2 of them because morale is high, and then choose one to resolve. There's also there's low morale cards, and there's also hope and despair cards, which probably are pretty literally what they say, Okay, so we would resolve the top part of these cards because it is currently the mobilization phase. So we either can gain 1 supply, or we can look at the top card of any event deck. So fundamentally, I think this is probably more useful if we knew what the hell we were doing. But I'm going to look at the top card of an event deck, and I'm going to have no idea what it means, or how to put it, like what it means comparatively to the other potential cards there. So we're just going to take our 1 supply for having high morale. I think these get discarded, actually. That means we're at 5 supplies. Sweet. And we're going to call that a day. Okay, cool. So that was the morale track. And now we do... we don't surrender. Okay. Yeah. There's lots of surrender conditions, but they only happen if it's in the first attack or later. So we don't have to really worry about those. If you have... Okay, if we have 3 or more defender discs in the morgue, we increase the... Like, 3 defenders have died, we're going to increase this surrender track by 1 every round for the rest of the game. If 4 or more are waiting in the infirmary, so we're really hurting, we're also going to increase that. And if all 6 German artillery are on the board, we're also going to increase this. It's going to feel hopeless. We're going to want to surrender. Okay? But then, yeah, the number here, basically, there's a number shown on this track that you guys probably can't read. But basically, depending on where this is, we need to have X number of healthy defenders still available in the fortress, or we lose. So currently we would need 5, but this is kind of not relevant till the siege begins, right? Now, when we look on the turn track down here, I should have left the camera down there. Because it shows 2 patrols, we're gonna add 2 patrol tokens to the board. There's 12 tokens in here total. So they must move around a bit. I don't know. What do we got? We got a 2 and a 6. So basically getting to those supply depots that we talked about is going to be a little bit rough. There's also a coup that we have to resolve at the end of day 3. But we won't be doing that just yet. There's a retreat at the end of day 6 and the last stand at the end of day 11. So, okay, it's day 2. We did it. We made it through day 1. Yeah. So we spend our supplies and whatever on these guys the following day. But we're going to start by resolving an event card. So what happens today? Ooh, it's cloudy. It's cloudy. This is another area for us to min-max. Basically, it really determines kind of... Oh, did I mess that up already? Was I supposed to move the snow marker to the right no matter what? Was I supposed to roll a die? I think I did screw that up. Shit. Well, that's okay. That's okay. We also messed up our inspirational speech, so we'll call it even. Damn, I suck. Perfect quote to pull out of the bag there, Trombone. Appreciate you. Okay, no, I don't think we messed that up. We only move the snow marker to the right when it's, imagine this, snowing. So it's cloudy. That determines our movement when making the supply runs, I believe. Okay, so not so bad. Oh, crap, that sucks. It's cloudy. We lose 2 morale. Oof. I don't love that for us. It says, the prospect of bitter cold and frostbite is taking its toll on the recruits. What do you mean? We've been here for a day. We might get frostbite. There's worse problems than frostbite coming, my friends. Anyways, we're going to add a recruit token to the bag. So we know that there's, or a doubt token rather. We know that there's 3 doubt tokens in here, and there's about, I don't know, 10 or 12 good things, right? Because we haven't added anything to that bag, and I don't know when or how we do. That's a problem for another day. I guess if we got the soldier supplies over here, we would gain those guys into the bag. I'm not sure how else, honestly. Damn. Okay. That's it. That's our weather. We just lose morale because it's cold in Norway. It feels yucky. Okay. So the rest area, let's talk about how this works, because this is going to matter. This is the core gameplay loop here. Anybody in the rest area, there can be at most 2, but anyone in here would automatically move to the ready area. Okay? Then we can spend any number of supplies to move guys from this area to the ready area, and we can choose which ones we move, right? Volunteers or our officer or whatever. The volunteers are kind of like, you know, they have no specializations. There's nothing that they're particularly good at. They're helpful, but they're warm bodies, really. Sorry, friends. So we can also spend morale. Each morale we spend allows us to move 2 defenders. And supplies currently allow us to move 4. Okay. We can also put any up to 2 guys from the ready or from tired to rest. They're resting. They'll be available the next day for free, right? So surely we can spend at least 2 supplies, and we would get to move 8. We still also, this is like our kind of base level of guys that we have. We would also still get our whatever we recruit successfully this turn, right? So I think we just, we only had 10. I thought we had 11. I guess we didn't. Oh, we had 6 initially and we drew 4. Yeah. So we're gonna let these volunteers rest. We'll get them back next round. And overall, that was like pretty favorable for us, I think. You know? Okay. So now we get to play our painful mini game, you know? I think I missed a thing. I think I got distracted with the event card. Yeah, we were supposed to draw first. We're supposed to do our mini game before we moved those. But that's okay. I don't think we want to go dig deep for 4 things here, because if we lose it, it's bad. It's really bad. Okay? But we'll see. We'll see. Let's get to draw up to 4. What do we get? We got doubt on the first draw. Okay, so the good news is we got that out of the way early. We don't lose any guys into the supply, into the reserve. The bad news is that means our drawing is over. We get to draw 1 tile from the bag that isn't a doubt, and we get to put that in the ready supply. It's this guy. And I think we still get our supply from it. Yeah, if we got rid of him, we wouldn't get our supply. And this doubt tile goes back in here. So that sucks. That is how I expected that to go, okay? Immediate failure, all right? Bag building. This is how it works for me. Fail horribly. Damn. Okay, but we did at least get that 1 supply. So volunteers are helpful. We like volunteers, etc. Now it's morning. We kind of skipped ahead to part of the morning and paid our supplies. And now we get to spend our guys out here doing stuff. Okay? So I think mistake number 1 we made is that we didn't we shouldn't have done an inspirational speech. That might be helpful later. What we should have done was we should have just spent, God, this is like in exactly the wrong spot. We should have just spent more time negotiating, right? Because if we negotiate, we can lower the doubt track twice, then we're going to gain 2 morale this turn. That'll put us back into positive morale instead of negative morale, provided none of the other bad things happen. So I think that's probably worth investing in. It's going to cost us 3 of our guys. We're going to use our officer for that. He counts as 2, which is nice, right? We also we can only open the new supply routes now. So we got to get to that. We're gonna do that, and I think we're just gonna choose the soldiers. Is that a good idea? I don't know. I have no idea, frankly, but that's what we're gonna try. And that leaves us with 4 guys left. Now, I really wanted to draw some of these like hunters and stuff that are good at shoveling snow out of the bag, but we utterly failed to do so. So I guess our choices at this point are we could do any of the maintenance actions. We can shovel snow, but if we want to actually get a thing, it's going to take almost all of our remaining guys to do it. Right? We can send out a supply run, which we probably got to start eventually here. There's more patrols now than there were before. So, that's a problem. So we probably got to start doing that eventually. And we could also repair these things, right? We want to be able to defend the walls as well as fire our artillery. I feel like the artillery is more useful toward the end, but I'm not certain of that. So I have no idea how to play this effectively. We know we could get some of these hunters and shovel out snow more effectively later. So let's try and just do our repairs now, right? If we spend 2 guys here. Oh, we can also promote the defender. How does promoting a defender work? I don't actually know. Let's check this out. You have to place both an officer and either a volunteer or hunter on it. Okay. So that lets us upgrade our volunteers into soldiers. That's cool, because they can fire their artillery and stuff. But I don't think that's super useful for us right now. We want to negotiate. So we got these 2 extra guys. We could just further move the morale track so that we're like way up here, you know? We also lets us resolve 2 cards. Let's do that. Let's do another. Let's go tried and true. Why is my front camera not working? Why has that got nothing on it? Okay. I am going to take a quick break. I did a firmware update to the camera and it like messed up all my settings. And I hope it didn't mess them up in a way that it's gonna like automatically shut off now or something stupid. But I'm gonna take 2 minutes and figure out what's going on with the camera. An ad just ran anyway. I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Sorry that took a second. Actually ran into the house real quick, and I was talking with Martina real fast, just as I sort of ran by, and said to her that I just did a firmware update to my camera, and I was worried that this was like some, auto shutdown to save battery power or something. But I use a dummy battery. It's on like AC power. It never runs out. What the hell would I need that for? No, I had actually switched and put the battery in, and it had just died. So, pro streamer, by the way. Insert pro streamer emote here. Yeah, exactly. Apparently, oof. All right, so we're back here. It's day 2 of Halls of Hegra. We have assigned our dudes here. We're gonna try and increase morale, and we're gonna deal with this fear level later. Next turn, because otherwise it's gonna be really, really, really bad for us. Okay? But we're gonna start with this. We can open a new supply route. We're gonna try with the soldier one. So this one goes over here. So we take it at the expense of doing the morale. We could oh, you guys can't really see that. We could either place morale or soldiers on that spot, one or the other. We chose that one. So these guys are now tired out. We're gonna negotiate, and we're gonna do it twice. So we get to move these down. I don't think we resolve that immediately. I think we resolve our additional morale during phase 6. Okay, we're not firing the artillery. We're not sending out a supply run. That's also on the let's solve it next turn. Hey, what's this skill issue, time roller? Get out of here. All right, so we're gonna send a supply run later. We'll solve that later too. We're also gonna shovel this snow out later. But we're gonna have an inspirational speech. And we're also going to repair some damage, which I think we're going to repair this other damage to defensive position B. So we've got some additional spots here for shooting at the Germans. Okay. Nobody in the infirmary, so we're over to the morale. Okay. We're going to move up 2 spots because we've eliminated all doubt. It's not a red day. We're not out of supplies. None of the other things are going to decrease our morale. So we're going to draw 3 high morale cards and resolve 2. So what do we got here? We can repair a damage tile. Ooh. We can remove a doubt tile from the recruit bag or gain a supply, and we can add a miss tile to the hit bag. So I think this one, we know our weakness. I'm recognizing it for sure. We're taking a doubt tile out of this bag. I'm looking because whatever. I don't know. I mean, nothing about this bag isn't deterministic. We would know its contents if we had memorized it and were familiar with the game. So we've been kind of unlucky on what we've drawn. We haven't gotten any of their snow removal specialists or any medics. I mean, that's probably okay, actually, at this point. But there's 2 doubt tiles in there. So that was a very favorable reduction from 3 to 2. Big. And then I think adding a miss tile to the bag is going to help us out later. Repairing a damage tile, I mean, that saves us 2 dudes. We can always just do that. We can't just choose to add miss tiles. So let's do that one as well. And we've resolved these 2 high morale cards. They're out. Okay, and then we're not going to surrender. We don't have to add any additional patrols this turn. So it is now day 3. The last day of our mobilization. We will have to deal with a coup at the end of this day, and we will lose recruits equal to our fear level. So we want to put some real downward pressure on that fear level. So let's start with a card. It's cloudy again. We lose a morale. That leaves us still in the positive morale, and we're gonna get to increase it by 2 at our current doubt level. So we're gonna end up still drawing and resolving 3 cards potentially. So that's pretty cool. Oh, we must move the fear and doubt markers 1 level up. So we're in fact only gonna move up 1 on the morale track now instead of 2. And our fear is at 5. Fear is very high down here. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, but we're still only adding 1 doubt marker to the bag. That's the one that we took out. So we're at 3 in here. So most of what's in this bag is not doubt markers. Remember, of the 20 tiles that are in there, approximately right now, maybe 15, there were 3 doubt, and I drew one first try last time. So I had about a 20% chance of doing that. Let's see if I can do that again. That would be the typical way this would go. Okay, so we can draw up to 4 from here. Let's start with 1. Ah, we got a soldier. And we're gonna embrace greed, right? This is only gonna get worse like we talked about. We gotta get at least 2 or 3 of these out. The volunteer. I really want to see a hunter here. I want to remove some snow. That's a medic. Okay, we're just going to go for 4. We want that hunter. Where is he? It's right here. Hey, we did it. Okay, cool. So overall, we averaged out like, well, we got 9 out of a possible 12. But we're pretty likely to be able to get closer to that 12 mark in these early stages. So we didn't do great, but we didn't do too bad. Now that volunteer is going to give us 1 additional supply. We're back up to 5. And then our 2 rested volunteers are now ready. And we get to choose how many supplies do we want to spend. I think we want to spend 2 again, right? We're going to spend 2 supplies. We have 3 left. That lets us move over 2, 4, 6, 8 guys, and we can leave our final dude he's resting, and he will be available to us tomorrow. So we actually have a ton of help this turn. Lots of volunteers. We can try and dig deep, and we'll see how that goes for us. So what kind of actions do we want to take this turn? We got to send out some supply runs for sure. We haven't done that at all. And we are going to want those supplies later, and it's going to get harder to get them. So let's not forget about that. I don't think it matters who we send over here. And I don't know how many we start with. We also want to shovel some snow, right? Should get rid of that. We want to shovel some snow. This guy's good at shoveling. He shovels twice for 1 thing. So with just these 2 guys here, we'll get another reward. That's big. Hey, Legends, welcome in. Nice to see you. How you been? Hope you've been well. I'm waiting. I'm doing the setup here. I mean, well, we're on day 3, but the first 3 days of this game, first 3 out of 11 rounds, are kind of setting up for our eventual doom. So we're just kind of doing that right now. All right, we know we got to negotiate as well, right? So we want to reduce our fear level like as low as possible. I don't know. We also, we don't have this opportunity to open new supply routes once the mobilization phase is over. So it's sort of now or never. I think maybe let's do that now. Let's assume we're going to put 2 volunteers towards that. And we can put out this, get rid of the patrols. There's a lot of patrols out also. So eliminating them wouldn't be horrible. Okay. Now we can reduce our fear level to 4. I think during the coup, like whatever it's at, we just lose that many like actions, like that many discs just go away to the reserve, I believe. So that's like exceptionally bad, right? It'd be worth it even if we had to spend like all of our guys just to keep them here, to lower this down from 5 to 3. Now we only lose 3. Now we'd only lose 2, which is a lot more tolerable, right? I think that's probably about as much as we want to invest, because we got 3 guys left. We probably got to do some repairing. Or I mean, we could go shoveling. We could. I don't know if the snow is going to set in worse during the siege. I have a strange feeling it's going to be hard to find time to just optimistically shovel for stuff once we're being actively attacked. So if we could just shovel. We could also bolster. That lets us add a mistile. I didn't know that was a thing. Or increase our defense. We could bolster our defenses. That feels like a good thing to do prior to getting our butts kicked. It's not like it's all or nothing. We could shovel one time. Here, let's try this. Let's bolster our defenses. And then we have 1 extra guy at the ready. Let's shovel some snow with him. Because then we'll be closer to getting another upgrade, right? Never heard of this game. Played Freelancers, The Crew, Deep Sea, and Astronauts Eternity yesterday. That's a good list. Did you play Freelancers? We have Freelancers ready to go, but I haven't broken it out because it seems very much like campaign-y. We're going to play this with the same group again. You know, how was your experience, and are you going to play it more times? Is that the plan? Also, The Crew, we have Deep Sea, but we've played the first one, just The Crew, quite a bit and enjoyed it. And haven't broken out the Deep Sea one yet. Astronauts is on my list of haven't gotten there. All right. I think this was a Kickstarter maybe in 2022, but I just bought it at retail. Okay, I think we're happy. We don't know what we're doing, so let's just try. Okay, we're going to open a new supply route. We're going to put these guys out. We have 4 available supply routes now. I feel like we were supposed to be doing more with the patrols, but I think that's only when we interact with them. So, perhaps not. I don't know. We're going to negotiate. We're putting a ton of effort into negotiating, so we're going to lower this by 3. There's now not a lot of fear, almost no doubt. Fear, uncertainty, doubt, FUD. It doesn't live here. We don't believe in that. We're going to shovel 4 times. So 3 times, that means we get a tile. And then instead of it being at 3, it'll be at 2 from that 4th shovel we did. What did we find? We found a generator that just gives us 2 morale. Well, we're kind of really invested in morale. We're actually going to end up here adding hope to the low morale deck. But we're going to do that instead of getting to resolve morale cards now. Presumably that's worth it, because it's at the top of the thing that's hard to get to. But cool. Okay. We found hidden tools and a generator that were unexpected. And then we're going to bolster our defenses. So we're going to increase our defense level by 1. I feel like I missed that this entire time, and maybe I should have done that better, but who knows. Oh, I guess I shouldn't be resolving these yet, because I should be doing this supply run first. I can't count to 4. It's a real problem for me. Played Freelancers. The first mission last December. Second mission yesterday with the same group. Each mission is a one-shot, but the group I have love it. Oh, okay. I thought it was more of a campaign. Yeah. I'm here to drink milk and kill Nazis, and I'm all out of milk. There you go. Alright, so let's figure out how this supply run works, because we haven't actually done this yet. And there is like a little supply run mini game to it. So we move any guys from here to the fortress. They're going to head out. Okay. If we had the counter patrol action, we could use it in order to eliminate some patrols, but we did not do that. And then we move all supply runs, which we would always do, but we haven't done because we haven't sent one out yet, right? So we have to move them along these dotted lines, and we can only move them between 1 and 5 spots because it's cloudy. So yeah. If we move onto a spot with a patrol or German artillery, then we either stop and our suspicion level goes down, which seems odd. We try to sneak past them, in which case we have to do a suspicion check. Okay? And if we succeed, it actually goes up. If we fail, we die. Okay? In either case, suspicion will go up if we try to sneak past them. Or we fight them. Which we're not doing with volunteers, I'll tell you that much. Okay, so... Oh, and each defender can only carry 1 delivery token. So we really grossly under allocated. I thought it was like bring all 3 of those things back. No, it's bring 1 back. So we deeply failed to allocate enough to this. I feel like we're going to need supplies sooner than later. Okay, listen. We're going to send one of these guys. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's up here. He can bring back one of these next turn, hopefully. Okay? And then our final guy here, I think we want to get close to being over here and able to bring back supplies. So he's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, and he can just stop on the spot with the patrol. And we get to reduce this marker by 1. I don't know why stopping there reduces it by 1, but I don't care. We're happy. We like less suspicion, right? Less suspicion, good. Okay. So we gain morale plus 2 supplies for each defender that gets back, plus whatever they had, but our suspicion level goes up. Yikes. I think that James will survive. Okay, listen. I feel already intimidated, and all we've done is get set up for the actual bad stuff, you know? The actual mean stuff happens as of next turn, and I already feel strongly iffy about it, you know? But we'll see. Okay, so we did our maintenance because we kind of accidentally did it out of order. There's nothing to do in the infirmary. So our mobilization, we get to increase our morale by 1. And that means that on here, ooh, I messed this up. Okay, so we'll get this right next time. We got that generator that gave us +1, right? After each time we do this, we're actually supposed to reduce the morale level back down to 0, which I did not know. I think that actually means that we penalized ourselves once, and I don't think we've actually gained from it. But essentially, our generator would have put us at +2, and then our +1 would have put us here at +3. So we don't get to add the hope card to the low morale deck. We don't get this super cool reward. And instead, we get to draw 4 high morale cards and resolve 3 of them. So we still get a huge boon. But not the I wonder what these are. I don't have any idea how good they are, but instead of drawing 4 cards and gaining 3, we just get to put 1 hope card in the low morale deck, like it's probably super good. Yeah, you won't survive, but maybe. I don't know. Maybe if you really believe it'll work. Exactly, maybe. Okay, so what can we do here? We can move 2 defenders from the tired area to the ready area. We have 2 cards that let us do that. So clearly we're not doing that one, right? Because we only get to resolve 3 of these. And the rest area... Oh, to the ready area, not to the rest area. Okay. Move the snow marker 2 steps to the left. That gets us another snow tile. So let's do that one for sure. So that's one of the 3 that we're going to resolve. So it gets reset back to 3. And what do we find? We found the map room. So we get to add this down here. It's an additional action. I believe when it comes out, this one is busted, right? It's damaged when it arrives. So it says we can look at and rearrange the top 3 snow tiles. So that's pretty cool. And if we repair it, we can move the snow markers 2 to the left. So it costs us 2 guys, 2 volunteers, or a volunteer counts as 2 on it, actually. So a single volunteer could remove 2 snow and allow us to, like, change the way the deck works, manipulate it a bit. Whoa! Gecko, that's some crazy stuff going on. Okay, yeah, so it does begin damaged. So I was correct. Okay, so that was super worth it. Now, moving defenders essentially saves us, like, supplies, right? What do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. But I think we're also going to lose some of those to... Like, I think 2 of them are going to go away anyway because of our fear level, I believe. I'm not certain about that. So let's just do these 2. We'll add a miss token to the hit bag, and we'll move 2 defenders from the tired area to the ready area. Okay? And if there's any significance to which ones we move, we'll fix that retroactively later. Actually, we want to dig out more snow. Let's get that hunter over there. Okay. So we resolved those. We got to do the miss token as well. We got 3 miss tokens in this hit bag. That feels okay. That feels okay. All right. Snow. Not that kind of snow. Not the magnificent snow. Which, by the way, was an excellent expansion to a great game. I really enjoyed that a lot. Okay. So, it is now... We got to do a German patrol. We got to add 2 patrols out onto the map from the patrol bag here. Apparently that LUT isn't applied to that anymore, and it looks really gray and weird. But we got 3 and 5. I assume this just means that there's 2 patrols stacked on 5. So it's harder to get by. Yikes. Okay. And then we have to deal with this coup. Because it's day 3, the end of day 3 is where our fear marker is going to come into effect. So, let's make sure we get this right. It's in here somewhere. I skipped right past it, I think. I totally did. All right, the coup. We added our patrol tokens. Now we resolve a coup. Remove a number of defender discs from the recruit bag and place them into the reserve. So we have to remove 2. Meh. I wanted to shovel. Okay, and our supplies are now only worth 3 instead of 4. Okay, so we get to actually cover these up from anywhere here, okay? And I think we can even use volunteers. All right, now it says, if we place 3 or 4 soldiers, we gain morale. So we actually gain 1 morale because that would have been reset to 0. Failed to do it again. So we're at 1 morale. I don't see that indicated here at all, but I'm okay with it. Okay, and then these are out, and we flip this mobilization board because it is now the first attack. Okay, so this is going to change. We're going to add a few different kind of gameplay elements here, and of course, the hit range is determined by who we have here, so we probably actually want some soldiers on the wall here, not just our volunteers. Okay, cool. So that's the coup. We lost 2 guys. We lost a soldier and a hunter. They were fearful and abandoned us. Okay, and now we are on to day 4. 4 out of 11. We have survived the initial, I hope we feel prepared because this is when it gets serious. We got as much stuff as we're ever going to get. And it's time to get serious about dealing with this. So, we now get to draw a first attack event card. These are probably, they're going to start getting mean, right? It's snowy, so that means we move the snow marker 1 to the right. It's now harder for us to discover stuff. We also increase our suspicion by 1 and add an additional patrol. This place is crawling with German patrols, making it more difficult to reach the supply depots. We've never done that because I suck, and now like this is swamped. We can remove the patrols by that guy getting back, but he'll have to fight his way through or sneak by if we want to be able to do it. And he can't actually get back this turn because he has to get back 5 spots, and because it's snowy, he can move a maximum of 4. So we have pooched it on the supply. Imagine we're in a fortress, expecting to get sieged, and I thought somehow in my infinite wisdom, you know what we don't need? Supplies. Zakun, thanks for that sub, that prime sub, appreciate you. All right, let's that's a fun name to say. I'm assuming it's like raccoon but with more Z. I don't know. Okay, let's do this, I guess. When do the Germans come attack us is what I want to know. Let's make sure I get this right because we just got here for the first time. Oh, they do it here on this card, in fact. So we do our recruit bag just like we would normally do. And then we add German meeples. Dun dun dun. We add 4 meeples to the board based on the event card that we got. Okay, so we have to decide how risky do we want to be? You know? How risky do we want to be? I don't know. But, oh, we don't add additional doubt anymore. At least not during this part of the game. So we have, I think, just 2 doubt tokens in here. Maybe it's 3. It's 3 doubt tokens in here. All right, what do we get? We got a hunter. Good for removing snow. I think we want to try for like 2 or 3 here. There's a third, about a third of the tiles are doubt tiles. And we lose stuff when we draw doubt, right? We lose these guys permanently to the reserve. We get to take 1 and keep it, and we lose the others. So this is like our little, like, you know, push our luck mini game every turn. If we get caught, it's exceptionally bad. But if we play conservatively, we probably are just playing to lose, right? Because then we only get like 1 or 2 additional guys each time instead of more than that. Now, at the same time, we basically get to use these guys once, and then we are going to need to pay supplies to bring them over. So, I don't know. Do we just stop here, take our hunter and our soldier, and call it a day? About half of what's left is bad stuff. Maybe a little less than that. Let's just take our 2. I'm nervous about this. I got a feeling in my gut that this is the turn where we play conservatively or we regret it. So, risk is good since we don't have supplies. Okay, fine. I'll draw 1 more. Allison, if this is a doubt tile, know that it was your fault. Risk is bad when it's 50-50. Well, yeah, I mean, like, listen, I could look in here, but I'm not going to. There's more. It's actually probably about a 30% chance. Huh! We got a medic. Okay, we're stopping here. We're stopping here. Okay? We're going to take our 3. These guys go in our ready area. Okay? And then we have to do the next part of this where we add our German soldiers, which, like, is it a soldier? Look at this. Look at these meeples. Is this a soldier standing up? Or is it a bomb on its side? Hard to say, but it's supposed to be a soldier. Okay? And I believe that we just add them to the first available sector that isn't at its max. So we have to add 4 according to our card. That guy was on his head. That's probably not going to work very well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got these guys hanging out down here, ready to attack towards our positions. They get up here, they charge us, which is not ideal. We don't want that to happen, okay? So we'll try to avoid that. Okay. So we added our German meeples, and then we do an infantry attack. So let's get this right. First time we've been through this part of the game. It lied to me about what page it was on. Like, it severely lied. Holy crap. Okay, so starting with Sector 1, we roll a die for each unsuppressed meeple. So when we fire at the Germans, we either hit them and they're eliminated, or we're, putting out down suppressive fire, which is a really nice way to say we missed them, but they're scared. They're hiding behind cover or something, so they're unable to do anything. Now, because these guys just, got out on the board, we haven't fired at them yet. None of them are suppressed. So we're gonna roll 4 dice, 1 for each meeple. We get little 8mm dice in this game, so I got a little small dice tower here that my parents gave me that I thought would be just right for this. Nice decision space design wise. Yeah, I'm kind of interested. I think this game is really you probably missed it earlier in the stream, but I was saying that this game's attractive to me because war games generally aren't, but this has more mechanics that I'm sort of familiar with, right? More kind of that you'd find in a typical Euro game, right? All right, so let's roll these guys. Holy crap, they're apparently going to go everywhere. I might need to set something up there. We got a 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, so 3s and 4s are going to cause these guys to move. and we put them over here. 5s and 6s are hits, and this 2 is going to do nothing. Okay? I guess we don't actually put the dice there. We just put the meeples. And this guy's just going to hang out in Sector 1. Okay, so the hit column here, we look at how many, these are Germans that are firing at us. Okay, so we've got just one guy here, and we subtract our defense level, which you'll recall I, for no particularly good reason, randomly bolstered. So we take 0 hits because we have a defense level of 1. Okay, otherwise our leftmost defender here would get injured, but that did not happen. Okay, so we're happy with that. Okay, and then the move, these guys are just going to move up, right? So they're now waiting up in Sector 2, and we lose morale if any of them occupy this sector at the end of the day during the first attack. They're getting close to us. This is where it's early days, and they're just close to us, and we're worried about it, so we lose morale. That wouldn't even, we wouldn't even bat our eyes at that later, but right now it's a problem. Theme/war games aren't my thing either, but I've seen this game on many top 10 solo lists from Euro-focused podcasts and streamers. Piqued my interest. Yeah, absolutely. So I would say that is, fundamentally, that's exactly kind of where I'm at. I don't play war games ever. I have played something like Tide of Iron or something like that. That's probably a 15-year-old game now, right? Old school Fantasy Flight, big coffin box war games, and that's about as wargamey as I ever got. And not for me, right? Doesn't do it. So we play games here solo on Sundays, almost always solo. And yeah, this one with some bag building, that's a mechanic that I loathe because it tends to bite me. I love it, but I hate it, but it felt familiar. And then, I like the idea of, yeah, that sort of risk reward decision space. I think that's gratifying, and I'm surprised to find that in a war game. So we're on the same page totally. I would be in a constant state of morale loss in real life. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. Okay, so yeah, so this is the first time I've played this, by the way, in case it wasn't obvious from my snuggling of the rule book. But yeah, it's out of my normal element, and I'm trying to, get through it correctly on the first playthrough here. Okay, so none of them made it to the charge area. So I think that we are done with this infantry attack. I don't know, at what point do we fire at the Germans? Do we have to, is that an action that we have to take? Yeah, I guess. Defenders in defensive positions are not moved to tired. Okay, so we will just automatically resolve that, basically. Okay, so our infantry attack, that's going to be a lot easier to do in the future. There's even a nice reference that we could have read but didn't. That's my commitment to trying to get this right. Okay, so we need to move defenders from the rest area to the ready area. Or, well, we don't have any that are resting, but from the tired area, rather, we can spend supplies or morale to move them over. So our supplies are currently only worth 3 now. They were previously worth 4. So 3 supplies will get us, or sorry, 1 supply rather will get us 1 set of 3. And then we could spend 1 more supply to get 3 more volunteers. And then that leaves us with these 2 guys who can go rest. Is this a good idea? I don't know, but we're gonna try it because we have no idea what the hell we're doing here. But I think we gotta figure this supply run thing out. We neglected supplies. These patrols look shitty. This is gonna be rough. This is gonna be rough. But let's figure it out. Okay, so what do we want to achieve this round? We can no longer, establish supply depots or negotiate. Fear and doubt, those are gone now. We no longer will also gain that morale that we would get, that we previously got kind of every turn in the early days. So we're at this 1 morale spot here for now. But unfortunately, that's going to get reset. And gaining morale is going to be challenging to do. So that's something to be mindful of. Now, our friends here on the wall are going to fire at the Germans. We got 3 dudes there. I think when they hit. I don't remember, actually. I think the suppression affects all the guys in the zone, and the hits are just singular, but I'm making that up. Or maybe I'm thinking of the machine gun here, or the fire artillery, rather. Let's see. Let's get this right. Okay, yeah, so we suppress 1 meeple, or remove 1 meeple. So getting this, 4th position here before these guys move and charge us, and actually just we want to eliminate at least these 2 or have some suppressive fire so they don't activate next round. But getting that additional defensive position available feels like it would be kind of like an okay problem to have, I think, so that would require us to repair. All our supply runs are going to move, but we're not going to actually get anything back anytime soon without doing some spicy stuff. So I think we definitely have to send out some additional supply runs. And I think we also maybe want to activate this map room, right? That lets us remove snow, 2 bits of snow. So if let's do this. We put a volunteer down here in the map room, okay? This lets us look at and rearrange the top 3 snow tiles. But if we repair it, we also get to move the snow marker 2 to the left. Okay, and we get to resolve these actions in an order of our choosing. So, if we assign 2 dudes to our repair here, okay, we can remove that, and we're going to look at the top snow tiles and get rid of 2 snow, which means that if we spend 1 hunter up here shoveling snow, they count as 2. So that will get us a total of 4, and we'll get the next snow tile. It's pretty big. We could also just dedicate our other guy to here right now as well, if we wanted, right? While we've got him. It's an option. Okay. Now, what are we going to do with our remaining dudes here? Okay, so we got to send out a couple more supply runs. All our supply runs move, but if we want to play conservatively and safe, we're going to have to basically stop where these patrols are. And new patrols are going to come out, I think, down here now, closer to the board. Because the patrols get added based on the phase of the game, and we're in this sort of yellow first attack phase. Okay, so there's going to be more patrols, and this is going to get either it's going to get extremely slow for us to move forward, or we're going to have to start eliminating some of those, or something like that. Okay, so we're definitely going to have to send out some supply runs, get a couple guys out there now, while in advance of our need for supplies, because we got 1 supply over here. Yikes. It's gonna start getting tight. Now, if we did want to get rid of some of these German patrols, we could fire the artillery. It costs us 2 guys, but per gun we get to choose one of these things. So we can either eliminate some infantry. I don't think we need to do that. We can hit a patrol per revealed thing. Okay. Or we can do the kind of airfield thing, which I don't actually remember. What does it let us do? Let's see here. We can gain morale, add missed tokens to the bag, reduce the surrender marker, or move an air tile stack to the reserve, which I don't know the significance of that. All right. But, yeah. Probably what we want to do here is we want to remove a patrol token. I mean, we could do that. It'd be really nice if we had this repaired before we removed it, or before we shot it, and then we would get to remove 2 patrol tokens, right? But I don't think that's in the cards. Also, it's hard to hit those guys. So because they're far, right? So when we look at this up here, if we wanted, like, we could shoot our artillery and try and remove this patrol so that our other guy can, like, sneak through this turn, right? That's an option. But we have to roll 5 or higher in order to for the gun not to jam, basically. I don't know, man. I don't know. Supplies. No one expects this. Yo, boo, boo, boo. Time roller, get out of here. Okay, let's assume we're going to send out 2 more supply runs. Okay, maybe more than 2 even. I don't know. Now, our medics cannot fire the guns. Let's just assign them. We don't have anything to do with them just yet. We don't have anybody to treat. We're happy they're around. Why don't we just get them? They can repair something, okay? And then, you know, I really wish this, like, I don't know if it's worth firing the artillery yet, frankly. I think we got to remove those 2 tokens. But if we fire the artillery, we can get rid of this. We can get our 1 supply guy, like, almost back so that he can get back. He can't get back this turn. It's snowing. He can only move 4. We need to move 5 to get him back. But we can almost get back. In which case, at least our supplies won't be a total disaster next round, right? We'll have an opportunity to get that guy in here and feel better. Our gun might be jammed and screwed and horrible. I don't know. I don't know. Let's try and fire the gun and see what happens. Okay. Our officer can come inspire. That lets us move our morale marker up. That basically doubles our reward. Because we're already at 1 morale, right? We're going to get to resolve 1 morale card. If we move it up 1 more, we get to resolve 2. So we essentially double our reward. And then we've got this 1 final guy. I feel like we want to use all of our ready dudes every time. But there's not much for him to do. I guess he can shovel snow. Put a shovel in his hand. Get him moving. We're going to try this, and we're just going to see how it goes. We don't know what we're doing. This is a first play. It may or may not work. That's how we're choosing to assign our guys. Okay, so let's do it. First things first, we're going to fire at the Germans. All right? And these guys, they just don't get tired. They just hang out there. So, because we have soldiers here, they could reach either this range or this range. If we had volunteers or hunters in these slots, they could only actually hit the Germans that are close to us. Okay. Now, I don't know how deterministic this is. Do we roll all the dice and then assign them? Probably. Probably. Yeah, so we just get to choose after we roll. So we're going to roll 3 dice. What do we get? We got a 1, a 3, and a 5. So we actually only eliminate 1 German. Okay, with our 4 to 6 is a kill. 1 to 3 is suppressive fire. But that means we can suppress... what? Does this guy stay in the hitbox? This makes me wonder now if I've done that correctly. Or if he would have moved back to Sector 1, I think, is where he would have gone. Yeah, because they did their thing. I think. I don't know. I should look that up. I'm going to look that up. After their infantry attack. Where do they go? Did they go somewhere? This didn't occur to me as a question until just now. Yeah, okay, they move back into their respective waiting area. Okay, I just failed to do that earlier. Okay, so we eliminated 1. 2 are suppressed, so they're not going to take actions this turn. Or next turn, I guess, because we'll add more. And I really wish we had eliminated at least 1 more guy, but we didn't. We'll deal with that. We'll suffer the consequences later. Okay, the next thing we get to do is we fire the artillery. Okay. So, when we fire the artillery, we have just the kind of, sort of, somewhat repaired gun, you know? And we're going to, we're going to choose, I mean, we could change our option here. We could remove these infantry if we think it's like going to be a huge problem for us, you know? And then we could... it's not. Let's go with the plan. We'll deal with that later. Okay, so we choose one of the colored lines on the map. We're going to choose the green line. Okay, for each little reticle kind of icon we've got, we get to eliminate 1 German patrol or artillery. We're going to do this to strategically get rid of this patrol so that we can hopefully just, you know, sneak by, basically. Blow them up and run. That's our plan. Okay? So, we've eliminated that dude. Now we have to roll 1 6-sided die. 1d6. Okay? And we rolled a 6, so we're fine. Okay? If it's lower than the hit criteria here is 5. So we had to roll a 5 or a 6 or our gun would jam. Okay? And then a jammed gun would need a repair action in order to fix it up. But that didn't happen. We're fine. We're good. Those guys are tired out from their work, but they did great work, and they saved us. Now, our supply run. So we get to send out 2 new supply runs. These guys can move up to 4 because it's snowy. So you know what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go get this depot while the getting's good. And let's send one of these guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, over here. Okay? And he's going to stop. That reduces our suspicion by 1. We also have to move the existing ones. So this guy's he's carrying our thing. He's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And this dude can go pick 1 up. That's 1, 2. Do we want him to do anything else? Look at this. This guy's up here. He can stop, and then he could make it back next turn. We would lower the suspicion, but whatever. Alternatively, we can sneak. We do a suspicion check. Okay? That lets us continue moving, which, like, we can't fail the suspicion roll. It's at 0, right? So we would just get to continue moving, and this would move up to 1. That's not bad. Or we can fight, but only if we had a soldier, which we don't. Okay, let's just sneak by, right? Well, actually, wait. Does sneaking by actually get us anything? It gets us off of that spot, but it doesn't actually get us in, right? Because we've used 2 movement. We can get to here, but we can get from here or from there back to base next turn no matter what. So it actually doesn't help us to do the sneak check. We just gain additional suspicion for nothing. So let's just hang out there. Let's just hang out. Okay. Supply run complete. Seth, welcome in. Nice to see you. We're trying to not get destroyed by the Germans today. So far, so good, but we're at just the first 3 rounds. This game lasts 11 days. We've played the first, we're on day 4. The first 3 are basically preparing for the siege. So we're just getting to the spicy we're gonna die part. And so far it looks like my planning has been poor, but it's just the way it goes. All right, so let's do our maintenance actions down here. We can execute these in any order of our choosing. So we're gonna get these medics, we're gonna put them to work, and we're gonna get them to repair this map room, okay? Because that means that our volunteer here, this is a really easy way for us to have a good action for our volunteer. We need to look at that and rearrange the top 3 snow tiles and move the snow tile marker, or snow marker rather, 2 to the left. So let's take a look here. What do we got in here? We can find water, which would give us supplies and morale. Now, we do have enough here where we're going to actually get 2 of these this turn. Okay, we could find steel plates, which adds mist tiles to the hit bag. We got lots of mist tiles in there. This one I think we could wait. Or we can find the radio, which lets us add a hope card to the low morale deck. Potentially 2 hope cards to the low morale deck. Radioing for help, which if we recall, that was the reward for getting for getting a bunch of positive morale, right? Maybe we were supposed to get it every time we went 1 higher. Each additional morale, we'd get a hope card. I think I misunderstood that. But regardless, they're hard to get. So let's put our radio and our water up at the top. We need this supplies so bad. And then our steel plates, we know that that's coming. And we can potentially, if we think there's something better, we can use the map room to rearrange them once we've resolved a few of these. Board Game Addict. Just got this and keen to learn it. Thanks for the follow. Doing a 500 games challenge, and this is coming up soon. How long is the teach? Well, I'm on my first playthrough of this game, and I would say that so far, the core gameplay loop, rather, is pretty straightforward. But it did feel like a little. The rules have exceptions in a way that feels familiar to me, like when I think of war games, right? When I think of Eurogame rule sets, typically there aren't a lot of exceptions. Oh, you do it this way, except in this case. And in this case, because this is like a historic event and there's particular things that happen, there are like a few kind of layers to the rules where, oh, it works this way, except on this particular round, things like that. So that took a little bit of mental effort to kind of wrap my head around in a way that I found challenging. But we're working through it here. Overall, I would say that the core gameplay loop here is not crazy. Like, this is pretty straightforward, and they give you a ridiculously good reference for it, which has been super helpful. Am I just going off the rule book, or did I watch any particular how to play video? Just the rules. I do not like learning rules from videos. I find that I find it doesn't work for me. Like, rules summaries from videos are fine, but then in order to actually like play it on stream, I need to know the sort of nuanced. I need to know the nuances, or at least know that I that I don't know them, which I don't find that you get from concise rules videos generally. And then longer ones, I just think the videos are usually not great ways to learn for me personally. So, all right, so where were we? We had done our map room. We had repaired it. We moved our snow marker. We set ourselves up for success here. We get to remove 5 snow. So we get to remove 2 and gain our water. And then we reset that to 3 and we remove 3 and gain our radio. And then it's back at 3 again. These guys are all tired out. Okay. Our radio is down here, but it is damaged. So if we use the radio currently, whoa, like next round, we would only add 1 hope card. If we repair the radio, then we get to add 2 hope cards. Okay, and that water is going to give us 1 supply, nice, and one additional morale, and then it's out. Happy to hear there's a good reference. I always watch a video first and then read the rule book. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. Yeah, I find that, whatever, I don't know. I spend a lot of time reading rules. And yes, this reference, it's like almost like we were actually talking about it, Cosmic Beat, who's probably in chat. We were talking about this last weekend. I played a game called Demonship, and the one thing that was missing was like a flow chart, which is exactly what this is, where it tells you the respective areas, that the things that you're going to resolve, and it's divided into like the phases of the game in a very like referenceable way. Not to say that I knew exactly how to resolve all of those things from my quick run through of the rules. I also like just the way I usually play through games. If I was playing this on my own, not on stream, I'd probably make more assumptions. I find that I reference the rule book a little more often than I otherwise would, just to make sure that I've understood things correctly, because it grinds my gears when I demonstrate something the wrong way. It's not to say it doesn't happen, but I try to avoid it. All right, so the final thing we're going to do is, it doesn't seem like it was super worth now because of that water that we found, but we're going to inspire. We're going to have an inspiring speech. We get to raise our morale 1 final time. So we're going to draw 4 morale cards and resolve 3, which is pretty huge. Now, there's nothing going on in the infirmary right now, so that doesn't happen. And then we're over here to our morale modifiers. It's not a red day. We're not out of supplies. We don't have any defenders waiting or dead. So, but we do have 1 German in a red sector. So we do actually reduce the morale by 1. So maybe that inspirational speech was really worth it after all. Okay. So, we draw 3 high morale cards and resolve 2 of them. So what do we get here? So we get to resolve 2 of these. Move 2 defenders from the tired area to the ready area. I mean, that saves us supplies. It saves us more supplies later in the game because supplies become worth less, essentially. But that's sort of, I don't know if that's a good way to look at it. We can remove a German patrol from the map. So that could be potentially really helpful for us because we're really struggling with the supplies because I totally neglected it early. And then finally, we can add 2 new volunteers to the recruit bag or gain 1 supply. So getting more volunteers out of the recruit bag, like adding to the recruit bag, is good, right? We increase that ratio of actual good things to doubt markers. And then when we get these volunteers out, we gain supplies. So instead of gaining 1 supply, I think we're going to do that. We're going to add 2 to the recruit bag. Okay, that's helpful. And then do we want to move 2 defenders over? Kind of saves us a supply, basically. Or do we want to remove a patrol from the map? I think removing a patrol from the map is more likely to be helpful going forward. I don't know what I don't know, but we're going to try that one. we're going to try just removing a patrol from the map. And I don't actually know which one's going to be like most useful to get rid of. Probably this one, just so that we want to go get these supplies basically and bring them back. We want to be sending out volunteers, go find stuff, right? It's that one. I mean, getting these mist tokens, this is like locked down. It's bad. I don't know. Let's just get rid of that one. I like the second option unless the patrols are close. Yeah, I mean the patrols, so the interesting thing of course is the patrols don't really we can pay supplies to get our defenders back anyhow, and the patrols are kind of in their current position and they don't like move per se. We're going to add new patrols and they're going to get closer and closer. But these are patrols that are looking for us trying to make our way out through the wilderness to our supply depots, right? I don't know. We're going to give that a whirl. We're going to see how this goes. This is a first play. I'm expecting to lose horribly. This game is notoriously hard and we're like, you know, we're doing okay so far, but we'll see. Okay. So we did our morale, that gets reset, and we check our surrender conditions. We'd have to move this marker up if we have 3 or more defenders in the morgue, 4 or more in the waiting area, 6 are German artillery on the map. So no, we're good. We don't add any patrols this round, but we are going to add 3 patrol markers next round. And if we run out of patrol markers, it's bad. We just like move up the surrender track or something else otherwise horrible. So we don't want that to happen. So it's now turn 5. And we get to resolve an event and see how it goes. So the first attack, what do we get? It's a sunny day. That means our patrols can move up to 6 spots. So we got a little bit of extra leeway there. That's useful. Unfortunately, we lose a supply and a morale. So that sucks. Our fuel levels are running dangerously low. That blows. That's really crappy, actually. Okay, so now we get to resolve from the recruit bag. So we can draw up to 4. If we get a doubt marker, bad things happen. I think we really want to get a couple, like at least, I mean, if we want to move all of these over without reducing the morale, we need at least 2 supplies. And we don't actually want to run out of supplies. Running out of supplies is not ideal. So that reduces our morale if we're out of supplies at the end of the round. So let's see if we can find some farmers, some volunteers. We got 1. We can draw up to 4 tiles, but we have to stop once we get a doubt marker. Medics are not super useful. There's only 3 in the bag, so now we've got them all out. Do we want to keep going? So basically at this point, here's what we've got. So we can draw up to 4 times, right? We've drawn 2. Okay. In this bag, there are 3 doubt markers, and I think there's about 6 or 7 tiles in here. So we have like a pretty good chance of getting a doubt marker. If we do, we have to pick one of the ones that we've got already to keep. It goes to our ready area. All the other ones get removed from the bag, and the doubt markers always go back in. So we suffer really badly if we pull doubt markers, if we're unlucky. So I think we just stop here. We'll get her the 1 supply we need. We'll find something useful for this medic to do. But this bag is starting to feel really heavy with doubt. You would stop? Yeah. Agreed. Okay, so these guys go in the ready area, and this volunteer brings 1 supply with him. I don't know why there's a 10 marker on these supplies. We're never getting anywhere close to there, but hopefully we'll get at least 2 supply runs back this round, in which case we do actually gain quite a bit more. So maybe I'll be wrong about that. We'll see. But we got our stuff from the recruit bag. Now we have to add German infantry. Okay, so we got to add 4. Now, 2 of these guys are suppressed, but we're gonna there's a maximum of 5 infantry down here, so we're gonna add 3 down here, and then because this is at its max, this guy will in fact move up and be placed in there. Okay, and then for each German infantry per sector, we're going to roll a die. Dun dun dun. So I actually want to check. This is one of those things. I'm going to check. I want to see, do we do it on a sector basis? And which sector goes first? Probably the top one, I would presume. We actually start at the bottom of the sector. Okay. So, let's roll 4 6-sided dice. We'll see if they go all across the table this time or not. I think probably. I really could, I mean, I could do this and not be an idiot. And then they won't go everywhere. Whoops. All right. So what do we get? Oh, we got 2 6s, a 3, and a 2. So, 6s are hits. Yikes, we don't like those. Those are bad. Okay, and 3s are move. And the 2, this guy's just going to hang out. Okay, that actually really sucks because we didn't further bolster our defenses, right? So, with those hits, we're going to take some damage. Okay, so we have 2 hits and we have 1 defense. So that means we're going to actually take 1 hit. So our leftmost defender here is going to be injured. Okay, so when he's injured, we roll a die. Okay, and then he's going to end up in the infirmary if there's an empty bed. So what do we get? We rolled a 6, which I think is good. I think 6 is good. One's bad. One's bad. Yeah, close to the bed bad, right? So this guy got, like, he lost a thumbnail or something, right? And we're gonna put him in an empty bed because there is an empty bed available. And he's like 1 step away from being healed. All of these guys during the relapse and recovery phase, anybody who's in a bed automatically moves up 1 level. Anybody who's in the waiting area moves down. So people who haven't been seen yet, their condition worsens. People who are being treated automatically go up. And we can use our medics as well to treat patients to do that faster, essentially, right? Okay. So that guy hit us. That sucks. We don't like that. This guy's going to move up, which I guess is the significance of resolving this bottom to top, right? Because he moves up, and then we're going to resolve that next one, and he's now in that spot, right? That's crappy. I don't like that at all. Okay, so let's resolve this next one. So these guys are here. We got 2 dice that we need to roll. What do we get? We got a 2 and a 5. A 2 is a move, a 5 is a hit. So we rolled about exactly as poorly as we could have. 1s and 3s were what we really wanted to see there. So this hit, the good news is there's only 1 guy hitting, and he is our defense of 1 will keep us safe. We're not going to take any further injuries. That's nice. Unfortunately, this guy is going to move into the charge box. The charge box is bad. What happens if the second pull is doubt? Lose the 1. Okay, so the way the recruit bag works is so you can draw up to 4 tiles. Let's say I've drawn 3. Okay, so I've got 3 out. If my next is doubt, I get to pick any of the 3 that I already took or that I already drew, and I get to keep that one, and the other 2 go out into my reserve here. So they're no longer in the bag, and the doubt tile always goes back in the bag. So my ratio right now, I have 3 doubt tiles in here and about like 7 or 8 tiles total. Okay, so like if I end up discarding 2 out of the bag, like the ratio goes to crap, and I have a really high chance of just drawing doubt tiles. So basically, anytime you get a doubt, you only get 1 like tile to keep for that round. And the further along you were, the more it hurts because any additional ones are discarded into the reserve. All right, so let's see how charging works, because I know it sucks. We don't want to get charged. Damn. So this guy who made it all the way to this charge, he just rushes us, charges this guy. This guy gets injured, and that's it. He's out. And we injure our defender. This guy hit him with the like bayonet. Oh my god, we rolled a 1. So this guy's like on his deathbed, you know. Our one guy had a hangnail, and sadly, our other guy here who got charged got stabbed in the eyeball, and is, you know, it's rough out there. It's rough out there. We're definitely gonna have to put some time and effort into healing this dude up. Okay, so these guys are immediately available. They were rested. They were resting last turn, rather. So they've become available for us to use. That leaves us with these other few dudes in the zone here. Okay. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So if we spend 2 supplies, we'll get some supplies back this turn. We're going to spend 2 supplies. That lets us move 6 guys over. Okay. We probably want... I think a medic staying behind is not actually that big of a deal, because medics count, they let us move patients up 2 levels. So we can treat some patients here on in the infirmary like quite effectively, even with just the couple of medics that we have. So I think maybe I want, this officer is really useful if I want to inspire, get rid of that negative morale. I think I do. Maybe instead of a soldier, I'm gonna take this officer, and then our medic is gonna remain tired, and these guys are gonna rest. Or maybe our volunteer will remain tired, and these guys will rest. We'll get them next round. Okay. I wish there was a little bit more space here to resolve this. Like, these tiles, like, they fit, but they only just fit, you know? And I wish there was just a teeny bit more. Super minor complaint, but a complaint nonetheless. Okay, so it is a sunny day. We have like 10 guys with which to take actions. We know we need to... I don't know if we need to send out an additional supply run. No matter whether we pick this action or not, we get to move the existing guys, okay? We didn't do it for the first couple of rounds because we didn't have anyone on the board. Now, when they get back, they give us 2 supplies plus the bonus that they're carrying, and I think we get a little bit of morale. We've never actually had a supply run be successful, so let's actually double check. Yeah, so we get 1 morale, and the suspicion goes up. 2 supplies plus the bonus that they're carrying. Okay, so sending out some additional ones wouldn't be terrible. But things we know we're gonna do. These guys count as 2. So if we use both of our medics down here, we can actually heal this guy up. And then these guys, at the end of the phase, all patients being treated go up by 1. So both of these guys will get healed this round if we use our medics down there. Now we know that this is steel. This is like gives us 2 miss tokens in the hit bag. That's going to be really important soon. It's not so important in this first attack, but we're getting towards the end of this first attack. We got to deal with the retreat. We're going to put out 3 additional patrol tokens this round. So we want to get some stuff done here, and maybe maybe deal with some of this. Like maybe we got to fire up the artillery and take out some of these guys, right? We only have one dude. I guess actually we got to put some fresh meat in these defensive positions. These guys don't tire. We can use them every round. We need it. It does seem cluttered. It is a little, but not too bad. It's like totally manageable. It's just like, you know, I decided to swap one out there, and I had to be really particular to not accidentally take an extra one or something like that, you know? Okay, so we have a few hunters, volunteers, and we got this dude. Okay, so we're going to gain some morale just from supply runs coming in. So maybe this guy doesn't actually need to inspire us. Now, we could maybe take this opportunity, because it's probably going to be really hard later. We could promote one of our volunteers to be like, you know, a gunner or something, because we need them. Bolstering our defenses also seems really nice. Okay. If we put a volunteer in the map room, that lets us move the snow marker 2 to the left and rearrange those tiles. So we basically get there. Our hunters are really good at shoveling snow. That's kind of their specialty. That's really all that they're great at. This would give us 2 upgrades again, right? We would get we'd have 6 snow removal, and we'd get to see what those are. So we'd get to pick 2, which seems really good. I'm just not sure if we have enough time to do like the rest of what's required here. We cannot fire the artillery because volunteers, hunters, and medics cannot do it, and we don't actually have any ready soldiers, and it takes 2 guys to do it. So we cannot fire the artillery whether we want to or not. So well, I think we bolster our defenses and we go for the old rousing speech here, right? We only have the one guy. He can't repair anything. I feel like I'm playing this really badly. It's like, I don't know. This is exactly the type of game that I like, where it's like, you know, it doesn't matter how I spend my actions. I wish I had spent them differently. You know, it's like I want to repair and, you know, bolster the defenses and all the other stuff, but then I'm not doing supply runs and, you know, etc. It's exactly right. You know, too many things, not enough time. So yeah. Okay, we're gonna try this. We're gonna resolve it the way we've got it, and we're gonna learn by doing, I guess. So the first thing we get to do is we get to fire at the Germans. We really want to get some higher dice this time. That'd be kind of cool. We got a 5, a 1, and a die I can't see. Please be high. A 3. So we got the same result as last time. 2 of these guys will be suppressed. I think they were all supposed to be stood up at the end of the infantry phase. I messed that up. 1 guy will die. Okay. 1, 2 will be suppressed. We really got to get some gunners up here who are better at shooting their guns, frankly. This is going to be a real problem for us. We probably have to assume that we're going to need to fire the artillery to clear this out a little bit next round, because I don't know if every card makes us add 4, but the 2 we've resolved so far have, and that has been rather sucky. So we can't fire any artillery. We don't send out any new supply runs, but we still move all the existing supply runs. Okay, and it looks like we resolve the supply runs after we've moved them all. So this one's going to move back. Now they can move up to 6 because it's a nice sunny day. So this guy comes back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy sprints. Okay. This guy can go 1, 2, and he can pass the sneak check, right? He does the sneak check. We roll 1d6. Oh, he got a 6, which is definitely higher than 0. So he's gone 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's moved up because he snuck past that guy. And then this guy's just hanging out. There's not actually anybody here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we just got like, we got all of our supply runs back this turn because it was that nice sunny day, right in advance of the German patrols going out in earnest. This is going to piss them off really bad. Really bad. Oh my gosh, we might actually hit the top of the suspicion track, which adds 3 new patrols. So that's not good. But in any case, for each defender that we made it back, all the defenders go to the tired area. Okay, these guys, they've been working hard. They've been sprinting through the mountains, through the terrain, bringing back all this stuff for us. Okay. We gain a morale for each of them. So that's 4 morale. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at the top of the track. The suspicion track, likewise, goes up by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then for each run that got back, we gain 2 supplies plus what it showed. So we'll get 9 supplies, which is kind of huge. Because we were very, very low. I like seeing doubt in playthroughs. Means there's a lot of tough decisions to be made. Yep, absolutely. And like decision space is such an important thing in games. And, you know, I think my favorite type of games are worker placement. And the reason they're my favorite is because so often I get that feeling where it's like, well, I called the channel opportunity cost for a reason. I want to feel opportunity cost. I want there to be choices that I can make, but if I don't make them now, like I'm paying for something and the payment isn't resources. It's that opportunity is gone. I've missed it, you know, and order of operations tends to matter and things like that. All right. So additionally, we get to remove 2 supplies, or 2 patrols rather. Okay. So I think we're going to remove both of these that are on this spot here, blocking us from these 2 areas, because it was really locked down. I mean, we could free up. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, and then this one here lets us take a soldier from the reserve and put it in the ready area, which is cool. So it's just ready to go for next round. He comes in, fresh recruit, full of gusto, ready to go. Okay. These tokens are all removed from the game. They are out. We cannot get them. But I feel like, well, the supplies certainly, that situation's looking a lot better than it had been, right? We were down to 0. We're now at 9. That's huge. That's huge for us. We're just, unfortunately, I didn't have the bandwidth to send out any new supply runs. So nothing else is coming for a while. And suspicion is very high, which makes it very hard for us to get a lot done in a single turn. We have to essentially stop at the German positions, sneak past them slowly, because otherwise we'll get caught and that'll be bad. We don't want to get caught by the Germans. All right, so we're down to maintenance here. We can resolve these in any order. We're going to do the map room first. God, we have a lot of volunteers over here. We might need to train those guys up. The map room lets us move the snow marker 2 to the left and then look at these 3 and put them back in any order we want. So the medicine cabinet lets us fully heal 1 patient and ignore relapse this turn. So patients in the waiting area aren't going to take 1 damage. That's kind of a big deal. Gun number 2, also kind of a big deal. So I think we're just gonna, sorry steel plates, we're gonna find you later. Okay, we got 2 hunters here. That removes 4 snow. I'm gonna assume that it carries over because thematically I say so. Okay, so we're gonna find a medicine cabinet, but it's damaged. So we don't get to ignore relapse when we use it, but instead of using 2 guys here, we could have just used 1 to fully heal this guy. So much more effective when we have low amounts of damage. And then we get the second gun. Now, I believe that this starts fully damaged, or partially damaged at least. And I'm not sure how we put these tokens on it. These are the ones that determine, you know, where it, like, how much damage it does, essentially. So let's figure this out. I know it's in here. This is creepy clown music again. How did this happen a second time? This is the second stream in a row where we've had creepy clown music. Okay, I don't know if that actually says anything in here about discovering the other gun. No, it does not. So we're going to place it consistent with how the other ones worked. I'm going to take a wild guess that these are meant to be the same as gun 1. And they would go out like that. And then it would be damaged. I think. It's my best guess about how to resolve the gun. I don't know. Starts damaged. 1 thing's available. These tiles are stacked in the same way as the other gun. That feels a little weird because it feels like perhaps, like, why would they be tiles if they just work out that same way? But I don't know. It doesn't really tell us. It tells us how to resolve finding the other tiles, like these ones, that, and it says the rightmost marker is messed up, but that's it. Doesn't tell us about the gun, which is the only one that's different. Makes me irrationally angry. Oh, man. I just want to do this one correctly, and I don't know. Okay, listen. It wouldn't make any sense for those to be just tokens. I guess they get flipped over, though. Whatever. Let's just leave it. Let's not waste any bandwidth thinking about it. It's close enough. Is it going to make a huge difference? I doubt it. Okay, let's bolster. So bolstering increases our defense by 1. We now have a defense of 2, so we're less likely to take casualties from these Germans that are encroaching upon us quickly. And then we're going to do our inspirational speech. Now, our inspirational speech would move the morale marker up, but I think I misunderstood this earlier. I just didn't do it anyways. But I add 1 hope card to the low morale deck. So I'm going to take this hope card and I'm going to shuffle it in. So if we do get low morale, with the hope cards, when you get them, you have to pick them. But I presume they're less bad, and that's a boon to us, right? Okay, and then we're gonna resolve the infirmary here. So we have 4, because these guys count as 2 each, right? So we're gonna be able to heal for 4 with those. So this guy's way up here. Then we do the relapse and recovery phase. So anybody in the waiting area moves down 1. Everybody in the in a bed moves up 1. So these guys are now healed. I presume that that puts them into the tired area, and they're not sprung out of bed and like put the gun in their hand and get them out there, but I don't know. It's in the tired area, just as expected. Okay, so then we're back down to morale. So, it's not a red day. We're not out of supplies. We don't have any defenders waiting. We don't have any that are dead, but we do have a German in a red sector, so we will lose 1 morale for that. And that means we draw 3 high morale cards and resolve 2. We gotta shuffle this discard. We've actually, morale has been in a good place. I don't know whether that's typical or not. I just decided to try and generally increase morale because that seemed like a terrible way to die. My Xbox controller almost dead and can't buy a new one until Friday. Things that make me rationally angry. Also, should sleep already, but probably going to be an all-nighter and sleep all day after work. That sounds like the healthy choice, Bristow. I feel for you. You seem to really struggle with sleep. Thought my monotone voice would help you, but not enough, it would seem. All right, so what do we get from our high morale cards? Let's see. We can gain a supply. That seems... I don't want to be foolish about this. Supplies are probably going to get really hard to get. That seems... We have 9. We're doing okay. Move 2 defenders from the tired area to the ready area. I mean, a supply is objectively worth more than that because we can pay 1 supply for 3 defenders, right? And we can lower the suspicion track by 2. Well, suspicion is extremely high, so this seems like pretty useful right now. So why don't we take a supply and lower suspicion by 2? We have 10 supplies. Suspicion is down to 3, where it's actually viable for us to, you know, to get it. To succeed. Okay. We don't have 3 or more defenders in the morgue. 4 or more defenders in the waiting area. There are not 6 artillery on the map. That's not going to be fun when the artillery comes out to play. It's going to be soon. But we do add 3 German patrols, and we're going to add them to the closer area on the map this time. Oh, whoops, that was the wrong button. What I meant was that one. Option 1 and 2, 1 and 3. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we add 3 German patrols. What do we got? 6, 2, 3. So 2, 3, and 6. So getting to and from this one is looking pretty bleak right now, you know? It's just these 2 positions are both have patrols. We can still sneak right into the... Oh, that's not connected. No, we cannot. So we can bypass one of them, but not both. That's a shame. That's a shame. All right, it's turn 6. This is a red day, and it says down here, retreat. So at the end of this day, we have to resolve the retreat phase, okay? Which, one thing I wish this was organized slightly differently than it is. I keep messing it up. But retreating means supplies will be worth only 2 instead of 3. Our defense level goes down. And we put a bunch of artillery out. Okay. We also are going to flip this over to the other side, which has additional sectors on it, basically. So overall, our defense is going to go down. We're going to start getting shelled, and our supplies are going to be worth less after the end of this turn. So that sounds great. Really looking forward to that. What do we get? It's cloudy. We can only move 5. We lose 2 morale. We should have been at 0. I failed to reset it again. So we're definitely dipping down into the low morale. The morale is running low. You have to do something. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, guys. Okay, so we're going to draw our tiles, and then we're going to take 4 infantry out of the bag, which is really bad. We are going to suffer hard this turn because we've failed our rolls like quite severely. We've killed 2 guys on 6 rolls, each of which we have a 50% chance, you know? As a result, there's some dudes down here. And we're gonna we can only put we're gonna add 4. We can only put 1 in here. The rest all go up here. So that's looking iffy. But the good news is we get to draw our tiles first. Oh, we pulled a doubt tile immediately. So no risk reward here. Oh my god, there's a raid. I wasn't even paying attention. I was head down. I am sorry. My raid notifications no longer work and I don't see them. I gotta fix that. Panda, welcome in. Thanks so much for that raid. Absolutely head down in the moment in Halls of Hegra here. What were you guys up to? Tell me how your stream went. I want to know all about it. I am sorry that I got so distracted there. Well, thanks so much for that raid. Welcome in. So, for those of you who don't know, I'm James Opcost, and we play board games here. I almost exclusively play physical games on the table. On Sundays, I typically play solo games, Solo Sunday. And today we are dying in Norway. We're playing something a little bit unusual for us. We're playing a war game. It's called Halls of Hegra. It looks like this. And we are getting slowly, our butts are getting kicked. This is a siege. We're in a fortress down here, Hegra, leading a force of Norwegian volunteers from the encroaching Germans. Normally I've never played a war game on stream ever, and this is like sort of war game light. It's a war game with some definite modern Eurogame mechanics, like the bag building risk reward, which I was failing at right as you guys raided in. So Panda was playing a sim where part of it is cooking Indian food. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Firstly, supplies should have 1 cube at 10. I strongly disagree. 2 cubes at 5 is the only way to do it. And yes, you're right. The retreat directions are here. I keep forgetting that there's lots of reference material. You know? Looks beige like any other game. Hey now. Okay, so part of the, like I was saying, this is a war game, but there are some kind of modern board gamey style things in it. So one of them is there's multiple like bag building opportunities. This is the recruit bag. You resolve this at every turn. You draw tiles from this in order to determine kind of which forces you have available. Early in the game, you end up adding a bunch of these pink markers in here. This is doubt. This represents doubt. The more doubt, the less likely you are to have volunteers show up to fight the Germans. So you get to draw up to 4 of these, but your drawing stops as soon as you get a doubt tile. And the further along you are towards 4, the worse it is for you. I was lucky enough to draw a doubt tile on the first draw. So what happens now is I get to draw something that isn't a doubt tile. Apparently that's going to take some practice. I just got another one. So I get a volunteer, and these doubt tiles, unfortunately, go back in this bag. So the ratio of good to bad in this bag just continues to get worse and worse, which is unfortunate. Now I do have this volunteer. I add it to my ready area, and volunteers always come with 1 supply. So we have 11 supplies, which is plenty. So that's cool. Now we are about to get run over by the Germans, which is really unfortunate. So we're going to add 4 German infantry to the board down here, and then we get attacked by them. So there's a maximum of 5 in each sector here. So we put 1 down here, and then the other 3 are up here really close to us, giving us a nice little snuggle, basically. Which we don't love, but we do have to deal with. Big theme switch / shock for raiders. Yeah, agreed. Slight difference. Cooking Indian food, shooting at / getting shot by Germans. Practically the same. All right. So we'll resolve our bottom sector here. We roll 4 dice. 4d6. What'd we get? 1, 5, 6, something else. I just turned it, but it was a 2. All right, so the 2 doesn't do anything. The 5s and 6s are attacks. And, oh, the 1 doesn't do anything either. It's only 3s and 4s. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 2 of these guys are just going to hang out. That is a extreme blessing for us. We desperately needed that. Now, these 2 guys will hit us, but we have 2 defense. So they actually won't do any damage either. And they're just going to chill down here in Sector 1. Okay? Now we're going to roll 3 dice for the unsuppressed Germans up here. I think we want 3s and 4s, if I recall. 5, 6, 1. So we... Oh no, we wanted 1s. We wanted 1s. Okay, so this one of them is going to do nothing. And then the 5s and 6s, they're also going to shoot us. But hey, same thing. We've got 2 here, minus our defense. We're fine. We're okay. We survived. We actually didn't take any damage. That was fabulous. Now the problem, unfortunately, is that while the Germans weren't very successful at attacking us, they have moved closer. And there's some inevitability here, which is making me deeply uncomfortable. You know? Don't like that. Don't like that for us. So, when the retreat happens, we put out some artillery. Our supplies become less useful. We lose a little bit of defense. And we get rid of this first attack board, but any of the guys that are on it are going to move to Sector 1 on the board down here. Now there is more space here. We can kind of like spread these guys out. They're further away. They're less likely to hurt us. But I don't really want to leave 9 guys on the board. And we've been rolling like absolute crap with our defenders. So that's a challenge that we're going to have to maybe solve. So these guys, we get to settle up all of our things here. We have to essentially pay resources to gain defenders. These are all our defenders. We actually have a lot. The reason we're likely to draw a doubt tile from this bag is because we have most of our defenders actually out on the board here. So ones that have rested, those are ones we didn't pay to get back last round. They come over automatically, and the rest we need to pay for. So supplies are about to become less valuable. Currently, for each supply we spend, we gain 3 defenders. These are all defender tiles. So we could spend 2 supplies, right? 3 supplies. We could spend 5 supplies to get them all back. Or we could spend 4 and let these guys rest. We don't desperately need the medics right now. We didn't take any casualties, any damage. So I think that's okay. We're going to spend 4 supplies. So we had 11. And instead, we now have 7. And we have a ton that we can do this turn. Almost phase switch too, which will be nasty. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. I want to spend those supplies now while they're valuable, because the supplies become worth less and less. We get to move fewer and fewer people over for each supply we spend. So on that note, actually, we probably gotta do some, like, get some supply runs on the go. We don't have any out there right now, and you know, we have 7 supplies, but next round that gets us, like, we'd spend all of those in a round basically to refresh this many guys, right? Now we're probably going to lose some dudes, and it's not going to matter as much, but nonetheless. Now we also know that our defense is going to go down by 1, so it may well be worth it to bolster our defenses if we can. So I think things we know we're going to do for sure. We're always sending a volunteer into the map room. It's like we get to remove 2 snow for 1 guy, and we get to look at those tiles. They're super useful. Okay. I think we got to do some repairing. We got to repair these guns. They're going to matter. We should have done it before. We didn't find an opportunity to. Repairing this defensive position also wouldn't be terrible. It basically just gives us an extra free shot at these guys every turn. Now, we don't get that this turn, but we would get it for the remaining ones. So some repairs are kind of necessary, I think. Now, unfortunately, repairing is expensive, right? 2 dudes per repair. So, yikes. Let's dig this medic out, because we don't need the medic for any medical things, so we're putting the medic to work repairing stuff. Okay. If we want our guns to be more effective, we basically need to repair them entirely, right? Repairing each gun once doesn't actually make them any stronger. Makes them less like yeah. We want to repair one in its entirety, and then fire some artillery and get rid of some of these dudes. I think that's what we want to do. So it's going to require 4 guys to repair one of those entirely. Let's just put our hunters down here. They're great at shoveling snow. We know it. An op cost answer random math. I am not calculating that on stream. Are you kidding me? No. No, the answer is no. I can't do it. And so far we have survived, but I think it's looking iffy. It's looking real iffy. Okay, so our morale is also in the toilet. I don't know what these low morale cards, we've never actually had one. Let's just glance at one to get an idea of how severe this is, okay? So we would add a patrol or increase the suspicion level. Okay, so they're not like brutal, but if we get up into this positive morale range, then we get like buffs. Good things happen. I don't know if that's likely, you know? We could add hope cards to the low morale deck. That seems not terrible either. Radioing for help. Because a hope card, it says you must choose this card when drawn. So if we had to resolve 2, we have to pick this one if it comes out. And says you gain 1 supply. You may gain 1 supply to remove this card from the game. So instead of anything bad happening, we just either do nothing or optionally gain a supply. So I feel like radioing for help, that's something we want to start accumulating those in advance, you know? So if we want to radio effectively, we need a soldier to do it. He counts as 2, so he can do it in 1 go. But we probably want to repair this thing as well before we resolve it. So we are like going hard on the repair. We actually have we have a ton of markers. We haven't suffered badly yet, and I think it's kind of working out okay. Now, we need these guys to fire. Oh, if we fire the gun this turn, though, we only get to use it once because our repairs don't resolve until after. But we still don't want to bring over all these dudes. So we're going to fire the gun. And What else do we want to do? Supply runs? I want to do all the things, you know? I just would like to do like literally all of the things. Okay, we have to send out the supply runs in advance because there's a delay before we get them. It's going to take 2, maybe 3 rounds before those guys actually make it back. 3 is not crazy. Okay? I mean, we don't strictly speaking have to spend these, but we kind of want to, right? So we can do a rousing speech that will resolve fewer bad cards. Or alternatively, we could promote this guy and, you know, he could become a soldier, for instance. Because we have an immense number of volunteers, but we need soldiers on the guns here. We need soldiers to fire the artillery. We basically only have just enough to do that. Let's promote him, because finding the bandwidth to give someone a field promotion feels like it's going to be really hard to do later. You know, we have no music. Yeah, I know the music. I guess the playlist died. So I will, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to resolve this turn. We'll deal with the retreat. I'll take a break, a 2-minute break, refresh my coffee, and fix the music. So we've assigned all of our dudes. Time to fire at the Germans. We get 3 dice. Historically, we've rolled 1 success, 2 failures. Oh, we did a little better. We got 2 successes and a failure. So 2 of these guys will die, and 1 gets suppressed. These guys should be standing up, though. I keep forgetting to do that. Okay, so the suppressed guys just essentially don't take any actions for 1 round. So that's not bad. That's not bad. Nice. Okay, now we're going to fire the artillery. So when we fire the artillery, we have 3 options, okay? The airfield option is really good later when we have another one of these resolved, but we can basically gain a bunch of morale and all sorts of things like that with that. We can remove artillery or patrols from the board, or this is what we want to do. We can hit 2 German soldiers per revealed reticle and suppress the rest. So we can either remove these 2 and then, you know, they're gone. Or we could remove 2 from sector 1 and suppress the remaining 3, which I think is probably the better option. I think. Probably. So let's do that. So we remove 2. The rest gets suppressed. And then we have to roll to see if it jams. And we rolled a 1. So we failed horribly. I think we could have used either gun for that. Let's just say we were using the second gun. I think we only get to resolve 1 gun. Choose 1 per gun. Do we get to shoot both guns when we fire the artillery? I thought we only got to fire 1. I mean, it would make sense that we could fire 2. But, like, that's cool. For each gun in play. Okay. So we can fire the other one. And we could remove patrols so that our patrols could be more effective. It would only be 1 patrol, though. Let's get rid of these guys. Let's get rid of these. These are all suppressed. Let's just blow these guys up. And let's see if this gun jams. It does not. We rolled a 6. We're fine. We had to roll 4 or higher for that one. Okay, cool. That was a great success. These guys are tired out. These guys never tire. This is awesome. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Great success. Okay, so we can resolve these. These are all maintenance actions. We can resolve them in any order of our choosing. We're going to start with the map room. So we're going to move the snow marker to the left. Look at the top. 3 snow tiles and we can rearrange them. So we can do counter patrol, which lets us remove patrols and reduce suspicion. That could be really important. We can gain new supplies, which will be good, and the steel plates that we've been just kind of sitting on for forever. Let's put the steel plates and the counter patrol at the top. The supplies, we're going to get some supplies back, and then we always know that we can go digging for 2 new supplies. We have enough supplies for this round. We're okay. We can go digging for 2 more if we need them, right? Because we're going to end up digging again and basically gaining these 2. So we'll put 2 miss tokens in the hit bag, and we gain the counter patrol action, which we can use next time. Okay, lets us remove German patrol and later reduce the suspicion level, but for now we have to repair it first. So that's currently covered up because we just discovered this delightful thing. Okay, we were going to do some big boy repairs here. We have enough to do 3 repairs. So we were going to repair the radio. And then I think we had intended to repair this gun twice. Because then we have like a really useful gun. However, things have changed. If we repair this, it's jammed. When we fire the gun, we get to fire both, right? So that's just as good for one of our repairs. And then we can either invest in another repair on the gun, which doesn't get us anything immediately, but you know, if we want to get that one, like, we're going to have to pay for it eventually. Also, I totally forgot to send out the supply run. Or we could just get this defensive position so that we can put another dude here and just get more free shots on the Germans. We also don't have to pay supplies for these guys. I think let's try that. Let's repair the gun once and that once. Different than we thought we were going to do. I'm going to quickly do this supply run because I forgot. But basically, one of these guys is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up here. Maybe the other one also does it. Then I have fewer areas to worry about. They're going to come hang out up there and bring back all those supplies. That will bring us 6 supplies, right? That's big. And some morale. Okay, and then we're going to do a field promotion here where we promote this volunteer. And I believe that means we just put him in the reserve and take a different... Yeah, we just swap this with that. And we have another soldier now instead of a volunteer. Okay, cool. So we've resolved all of our... Oh, the radio. The radio. Man, we have a ton of discs. I feel like we're going to start getting some casualties. The number of discs we have, maybe we just won't have enough supplies in order to like, I feel like this is where we've hit like the peak of our turns, where we get lots of actions and it's all from here on out, you know? So, the radio, we get to add not 1, but 2 hope cards to the low morale deck. So, did we add one earlier? I think we did. Because there's, what, like 10 cards here. So we have a decent chance of getting those. They're in there somewhere. But we can use a soldier on that every time. There's 6 hope cards total, I believe. 5? No, 6 because we added one earlier somehow. So if we just seed the deck with them, having low morale is much less painful, and it gives us like a weird emergency supply opportunity as well. Okay, so now we've resolved all of our maintenance actions. There's nothing to do in the infirmary. We're on to morale. Is it a red day? Oh crap, it is a red day. So this goes down 1. But none of the other things affect us. So we're at -3 morale. We draw 4 low morale cards and choose 3 to resolve. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's hope we get some of those hope cards. We got one. Okay, so we have to resolve 3 cards. We got 1 hope card here. Okay, and it says you must choose this card when drawn. Okay. So, from our low morale cards, we can remove 1 miss from the hit bag, add 1 despair card to the high morale deck, which is basically the opposite, right? You have to injure a defender to get rid of this card, and you have to take it. So it messes up our high morale. We have been doing really well on morale. I don't want to do that one. Right now we have to resolve 3 of these. So that means we're taking these ones. Or we're doing that one. I mean, this injures a defender, but it doesn't add to this card, which blocks us and later injures a defender. Right? So this one's sort of, I mean, I guess this is kind of like risk reward. If we don't actually draw the despair card, then, you know, it's not so bad. It would just suck if we get to resolve 1 card and it ends up being injure a defender or something like that. Because I don't think we're ever going to be pushing up into high morale here very often. Maybe when our supply runs come back. Let's just injure a defender and remove a miss from the bag. Okay, so we'll take 1 miss token out. We have quite a few in there. We have 5, I think. Okay, and then injure a defender. We got to roll a d6, see what happens. So, 1d6. We got a 5. That's not bad at all. So, I think we can choose any defender. We have an abundance of volunteers. Put them in the first bed there. And then we don't have anybody dead, etc., blah, blah, blah. Nothing bad happens, basically. So we have to deal with the retreat, which we've got the details on that right here. Place 1 artillery on each space marked with an artillery symbol on the yellow row on the map. So, I think that's 3. There's 3 artillery positions. One of the loss conditions for surrender is if there are 6 artillery on the map. I'm not actually certain how they get out, but we start with those 3, and I believe the artillery, when we're passing the artillery position, it works the same as patrol, I believe, but I'll have to check. Okay, so the supply marker moves 1 step to the right, so supplies now only cause us to recover 2 rather than 3 defenders, and we also lower our defense. Our defense is down to 1. So we're going to have to bolster our defenses at some point here. This goes away, and any dudes from Sector 1 here, or from this board at all, go on to Sector 1 down here. So we have 3 suppressed Germans. They look like they're sleeping. They're going to be sleeping soon. And we put a status tile, the final one, on the machine gun space. I wonder if this means that gun 2 was supposed to have 3 of these. I don't know. It really doesn't do a good job of telling me that. Okay. The retreat has occurred. It's day 7. We're on to the siege. On to the siege. I'm going to read about the machine gun because it might... Oh, no, it shows it with one of these. So we've probably done it correctly. Okay, so we're on to the siege. So the rest of the game, we're being sieged, basically. We're in the... there's siege 1, there's siege 2, and then there's the last stand, which we resolve at the end of our final turn. We're on turn 7 here. There's 11 turns total. So we've done pretty okay so far, I believe. And let's see if we can keep that up, you know? So we're going to draw a siege card. Ooh, this is one of the advanced ones, which they specifically said don't use these on your first play. And you know what I said? Let's just put them in there and see what happens. So might regret that later, but oh yeah, right. You know what? I was just thinking this. I should take a break. I need to fix the music, and I need to I need to get a refresh on my coffee here. So I should take a brief break before we get into the siege card. I should take a quick break. I'm gonna be gone for about 5 minutes. Got to fix that music, and it will take me a sec to boil some water, make a quick instant coffee. So I will be back in about 5 minutes, and we will continue on day 7 of Halls of Hegra. So far, so good. Let's see if we can keep that up. I'll see you guys back here soon. Hello and welcome, friends. Welcome back, I guess, rather. It occurs to me that I neglected to give Amanda Panda a shout out for that raid earlier. I think I got so caught up in the fact that I missed it for a minute that I completely neglected to do that. So I've fixed that now. If you don't follow her, you should. Fellow board game streamer. Lots of good fun over there all the time. So artillery and machine gun reading. Okay, so the machine gun, let's talk about this. So, the machine gun, artillery, we have our 3 artillery positions out. I gotta see whether we interact with those in the same way when doing our supply runs, which I'll do in a second here. The machine gun, I did look at the picture in the rule book, was like process of elimination for me. It shows this icon on this tile. There's exactly 7, 3 per gun, and this one. So the machine gun we can use, but it has the potential to jam, right? So we basically can use it from our like defensive positions here, but I think we can only use it. A, B, or C can instead use the machine gun if it is unjammed. Flip to jammed side after use. Okay, so it just jams, yeah, per use, basically. So, a little bit more going on here. They can throw grenades at us. If they hit us with grenades, it reduces our defense. So that sucks. And yeah, the machine gun's going to be really important, I think. Okay, so then the artillery, what do we want to know? Oh, the supply run. So when we're moving them all, yeah, if you move into a space containing a patrol or artillery, you can stop, sneak, or fight. We have never fought because we have not been in the habit of sending our soldiers out into the fields for supplies. We've only sent out volunteers, and we're probably going to keep it that way. So, where were we? Oh, yeah. So I drew the siege card. The weather is sunny. I mentioned earlier, this is an advanced card, which it told me don't use for your first play, but we're just going to do it anyway. Okay. So it says, add 1 red cube to sector 1. Sectors with a red cube can have at most 4 soldiers in them, so the capacity is reduced here. Place this card next to the board as a reminder. In the day phase, you can injure 2 defenders to remove this card from the game. And presumably also then the capacity would go back up. So that is awful. That's really bad. Because, you know, as they move up here, we lose morale if they get close. And additionally, they can then charge, which immediately damages our dudes here. So that happened. And now we have to do the whole, like, kind of other, like, workflow here, right? Because we're into the siege phase. So let's get this right, because we've not done it before. It's the most important time. Okay. So it says here, we take the leftmost stack of air tiles and add them to the hit bag. These represent aerial bombardments from the German forces, because, you know, the artillery and grenades and rifle fire wasn't enough. Okay? Draw and resolve a number of tiles from the hit bag equal to the highest revealed number not covered by an artillery piece. So we have to draw and resolve 5 tiles from here. I think there's like 6 or 7 in the bag. So let's see what we get. Miss, -1 supply. Artillery. And -1 supply. So that didn't go super well. Okay, so we also, if we don't have enough tiles in here, we just move the surrender marker up, which is not good. It's really not good. Okay. So oh, hey. I might have made a mistake earlier. We might have to redraw these because it implies that the damage tiles from the various things. Okay, so when we've removed damage tiles, they go into the hit bag. So let's just redo these because there should be significantly more tiles in here, right? We should have the radio tile, the map room tile, and I guess we haven't yet repaired the medicine cabinet or counter patrol tiles. So those won't be there. But then gun 1 and gun 2, do these go in as well? I guess. I don't know. I think that these ones aren't in the bag. Let's assume that they're not, because we start with one space available, right? But I think our defensive positions would be in there as well. Okay, so we got lots of stuff in here. Lots of damage to spots on the board. Red cards are meant to be awful. Yeah, agreed. Okay, so we got to draw 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, our radio. Oh my god, we only got 1 miss. We suck. Okay, so let's resolve these. That was not good. That's an understatement, I feel. So there is a thing in here about resolving these. Okay, so we didn't have defensive position C actually occupied, so nothing bad happens there. But we do have defensive position A occupied, which means this guy gets injured. So we're going to roll for his injury. And we rolled a 6, so that's really fortunate at least. He didn't get injured particularly badly, and there's a free bed for him. This miss tile, nothing bad happens. Okay, the radio gets damaged, so that allows us to add hope cards to the low morale deck. We were really hoping to seed that with lots of them. And then the artillery tile. So when we draw this, miss tile goes back in the reserve. When we draw our artillery tile, we move the artillery marker 1 to the right. Okay. And if it eventually reaches one of those artillery, which I suppose you can't really see, then we are going to place that on the board. Okay. And having all 6 out on the board is potentially that's one of the surrender conditions where we're going to potentially, be forced to surrender and lose the game. So definitely bad. Okay, so that was our air attack, aerial bombardment. We resolved the hit tiles. Okay, now we have to resolve maybe that's interesting. Is this the advanced card? Is this an advanced card thing? I'm not too familiar with the cards, so I don't know if the other ones look different or not. No, I think we're supposed to, it doesn't mention, but I think surely we're supposed to resolve a artillery. Oh, I see. This was add the air tiles to the bag. It even tells me up here. Imagine if instead of having my head in the rules, I just looked at it. So we add the air tiles to the bag. Then the artillery shoots us. Okay? Bad things happen. Okay? And then we're done. We're done now. We had German attackers. Again, 4. They really like the number 4. So we have a maximum of 4 now because of this siege card, which is really yucky. So we're going to put several of them in Sector 2. Now, 3 of them down in Sector 1 here are suppressed, so that's not so bad. In Sector 1, we rolled a 5, which this guy's going to move, so that sucks. It was like the only really bad result for us. And then we're going to resolve 4 dice for the guys here in Sector 2. We got 2 2s and 2 1s. Oh wow, so they do nothing. They move on 3s and 4s, they hit on 5 and 6. They do nothing on 1s and 2s. So those guys are just going to hang out, and you know what? I'm cool with it. What about the artillery tile? Where does that go after? That's a great question. Where does it go? I think it gets just placed out in the supply, like the mist tile does. Did I put the other ones back in? What did I do with them? What did we draw? We drew miss. Oh no, they were damaged. They were here, here, and then artillery and miss. Yeah. The miss tile is like very explicitly goes back in the supply, and I think that the other one do as well. Nope. Place them back in the hit bag. Ah, that sucks. So the miss tiles are one time. The damage tiles go on their respective places. The artillery tiles go back in the bag. Ouch. And I think the air attack tiles likewise are one time. But I should have checked that while I had it open. Yeah, they go back in the reserve after. Okay, so we really want those miss tiles in the bag, like, immediately. That's a problem for us. But it is a problem for another day, I suppose. Now, an interesting thing here is we no longer use the recruit bag. We don't get to recruit anybody anymore. We get what we get, and we don't get upset. Okay? So, we resolved our event, we did the infantry attack, etc. Okay? And now we just get to do this. These guys come over. We have... we do not have 15 supplies. Why do I have this on 15? Ooh, that's irritating. I don't know what it was supposed to be now. We have 7. We have 7. I bumped those over. That's right. So, supplies are really difficult now, where each supply we spend only gives us 2 of these. We have 7. If we wanted to get all of our guys back, we would need 2, 4, 6, or I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We would have to spend all of our supplies to get all of our guys available this turn. However, we could spend 6 of them, which is still almost all of our supplies. It's going to leave us probably short next turn unless we manage to get some of these back. We'll have to figure that out. Let's spend 6. That gets us all but 2. Okay? And we will leave 2 guys in the rest area for next round. They will become available for free, and we have everybody else right now. I think that works. So, we don't really need our medics to treat these guys. They're gonna heal automatically. Sector 3, 2, and 2. Yeah, anything in here is bad, right? Everything happening here is bad. I don't know. The unfortunate thing is we only have 2 guys shooting. We can use the machine gun, and the machine gun, we have a 50-50 chance. We either suppress 3 or hit 3. And we can spend a supply to get +2 on the die. So then we have a 1 in 6 chance of suppressing 3 and a 5 in 6 chance of eliminating 3. But we don't really have supplies to spare. So, yeah. Tricky. We also can do this action here, Reckless Defense. So that's a new one. We immediately kill 2, but we have to injure that defender. And we can't do that action with medics. So medics are going to become really important to us, but they're not super important right this second. Now, I think our biggest challenge is going to be supplies. We basically need to spend all of our supplies. I mean, maybe we don't need all of our guys back each turn. Maybe that's optimistic. But getting supplies is rough. And our stuff getting damaged is going to continue to get worse, right? So I think we got a plan to do a supply run. And maybe what we need to do is maybe we need to send out some of our soldiers and fight the German positions. That might be a thing. We haven't considered that in the past because we were just sneaking by with volunteers, right? So if we fight, our movement is over. We get to return either a patrol or an artillery piece, and then we basically make a suspicion roll, which is currently 3. If we roll higher than that, the suspicion level goes up and that guy's action's over. If we roll lower, they get injured. So maybe we send out, like, for instance, if we send one of these guys out, we could eliminate this artillery, and we get to choose the order that these resolve in. So we could eliminate this artillery and then get our other guys back with the supplies. I think that's probably a necessity. There's also the reckless defense. Yeah, absolutely. So, let's plan to do that. I think also we just have to invest hard in maintenance because we want our guns to suddenly be effective. That's going to be a lot nicer for us. And we need to bolster our defenses as well. So I feel like this might be the turn where we're going to have to spend some time and effort to get some repairs done, make things better. Let's commit our medics to repairing. Let's just assume we're going to need some reckless defense before I forget about it. And then we want to use the map room. We can basically clear all the snow and have all of these things like unlocked. Rearranging doesn't matter too much, but like we can use our hunters to go, like we'll get both of these tiles with this combo. And then we can use our hunters, we can field promote them or something. Send them out on supply runs. Hunters are good at supply runs. I forgot this. You have a movement penalty if you're carrying a token. I don't think it would have mattered before because we were always really close, but hunters ignore it. So getting that finished up is not bad. Okay, so we have one repair. We're doing some reckless defense. These guys are still far enough away that it's not too bad. Getting here into sector 3 and 4 is really rough because like in sector 3 they hit us on everything except a 1. As same with sector 4, and they start hucking grenades a lot more, which reduce our defense level, which require us to spend 2 to bolster and get it back up. So we really want to get rid of those guys kind of before they get there, you know? So let's assume we're going to bolster. And like, I don't even know what we're going to use our repair for. One of the defensive positions, maybe. We can repair another time. We did say we were going to dig deep on repairs this turn, right? Just get our guns up so that we can use it and be effective next turn. I think that's it. Let's just try it. We're going to live the dream. Or do we need to send out another supply run? Probably. We probably need to be sending out supply runs continuously, right? Here we are. Suffering. Struggling. Okay, you know what? Surely a rousing speech will get us through. Let's inspire. Rolling 2 2s in sector 3 or 4 is 2 grenades. Yeah, exactly, right? Could be bad. Okay, we're going to try this. We're going to put some time and effort into repairing. We're going to finish up with the map room and shoveling snow so that we don't need to worry too much about snow. I mean, if snow gets all the way to the end here at 5, then we draw a hit tile from the hit bag. So we don't want to totally neglect it, but it's pretty trivial for us to, you know, reduce it with a hunter or a volunteer. It doesn't go up that much. We're going to send out some supply runs. We're strategically sending out 2 soldiers that we're going to hopefully eliminate 2 of these artillery positions. That means that when we draw hit tiles, we also draw fewer, which is a big deal. Hopefully that works out. We'll get some supplies back so that we'll be replenished for next round. And yeah, I don't know. We can, I mean, we can repair both of these, or we can repair one and repair the guns. And I'm not sure which way to do it, honestly. But we will figure that out when we get there. We have assigned all of our dudes. Let's fire at the Germans, right? So I think we fire at them and then we also get to do the machine gun. It's not in lieu of, but that kind of doesn't make sense. No, instead of. Okay. So, this guy is going to fire at the Germans. So we're going to roll 1 die. He got a 5. That's a hit. Okay. So that's big. And then this guy is going to fire the machine gun. That was the one we really wanted to be a hit, and we got a 2. So that's going to suppress 3 instead of hitting them, sadly. But that means everyone in Sector 2, presently, is dealt with. Okay? That's big. That's important. We like that. And our machine gun, sadly, is jammed. You get to use it once. It jams every time we use it. Okay, so it requires a repair. It's actually like, maybe the machine gun's kind of a bit of a bait here, right? Because if we just had 3 dudes here, or like these guys never get tired and whatever, we're essentially investing 3 guys to use it and doing 3 attacks, really, right? If we are swarming, overwhelming, we can do more attacks that way. But like, it costs us this guy, so he doesn't make his normal attack. And then we have to repair it next turn. So it costs us 2 dudes to repair because they're not repairing something else. So it might be a bit of a bait. Hey, welcome in, Alkali. Need that Finnish sniper. It's true. It's true. I don't think that's happening. All right, now we have our reckless defense here, right? So that's going to hit 2 of these. So we're going to remove 2 of the guys from Sector 2, but this guy gets injured. So we're going to roll. What did we get? I cannot see that. We got a 6. I flipped it, but it was a 6. We have been extremely fortunate. Only one defender that got injured actually got particularly hurt. So that's been pretty all right so far. Okay, so we could fire the artillery. We're not doing that, but we are going to do our supply run. So this is making me regret not treating some patients because we're not going to have room for them outside of the waiting area. And we're attacking stuff. And this feels like I just learned a lesson in real time, but that's okay. We're going to see how it goes. So this guy is going to go 1, 2, 3, and he's going to stop his movement and attack. That eliminates this artillery position, but we do have to roll a die. The suspicion level is currently 3, so we have to see. We get 3 or higher, he's fine. Okay, if we get lower than that, he gets injured. All right, this is a suspicion check. So what do we get? We got a 1. Of course we did. Okay. So, the defender's injured, and thankfully we reduced the suspicion level. They're certain they caught the guy, right? So, what did we roll? We rolled a 4. That could have been a lot worse. So this guy's injured, and he's here in the waiting area in the infirmary. Could have been a lot worse. If we had a free bed, that would have been really nice, but that would have required us to use our medics to heal people instead of getting them to repair our guns. So, whoops. All right, now this guy has an easier job because he can eliminate one of these guns. 1, 2, 3. We're going to go to this one. And we just have to roll. Well, the suspicion level is 1. So, I guess equal 2 is a fail. So we need to not roll a 1. We rolled a 5. We're fine. The suspicion level is going to increase by 1, but we don't get injured. And that means we can send out this guy on our supply run. And he can go 1, 2, 3, 4. We could stop and reduce our suspicion level. Or we could sneak past them, potentially. If we sneak, we have to roll higher than it. But if we fail, we lose that guy. Let's just leave the soldier. The soldier can just kill him next time. Right? Right? I don't know. We kind of want to get that guy back to the base fast enough that we have some supplies to use. Let's just roll it. Let's do it. Let's try to sneak by. Okay? Let's try to sneak by. I rolled a 6. So we succeeded at sneaking. The suspicion marker goes up by 1. It's now 3. But we get to continue up to here, snag this, and because it's a sunny day, we can actually move 6, and we can move back. Oh, actually, our movement is 1 lower because we're holding a thing, so we can't move back. We're just done. We're done that part of the supply run. But these guys can make it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fabulous sunny day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They can move 6. -1. They're fine. So these guys each bring back 3 supplies. So we're now back up to 7. Additionally, thanks for that posture check. Abe, appreciate it. Okay, so these guys each brought back, they normally bring back 2 supplies, but these guys had an additional supply on their tokens. So we get 3 supplies from each of them. We also increase the suspicion level by 1 for each of them, and we gain a morale for each of them. So we gained 2 morale, 2 suspicion, and 6 supplies. Pretty okay overall. These guys are now tired out. They did a lot. Pretty thankful for that. And I forgot about this counter patrol action existing. Lets us remove patrols. Just like we could have done that instead of sending the guys into the field to potentially be injured. But I sort of forgot. Oh, I guess we were getting rid of artillery. That only lets us get rid of our patrols. My mistake. Okay, so down to maintenance here. Let's do the old map room. Hey, we can look at these. The field telephone and the new supplies. Field telephone get +1 on each die and suppress 2 guys? Yes, please. Oh my gosh. That is wild. Okay, we also get to reduce the snow by 2. We're going to use our hunters and get rid of the remaining snow, which means we gain 2 supplies. So instead of 7, we have 9. And we get this field telephone, which goes right here, but is currently damaged. +1 on each die. Kind of a huge deal for not failing at this. Like the machine gun +1 would be really big, as would just these generally. You know, I think I'm okay with that idea. All right, so let's bolster our defenses. Our defense is now 2. Okay. We're going to do a rousing speech here, inspiring the troops. We're up to +3 morale, so we're going to get 4 high morale cards and resolve 3. Probably not, because at least something bad is going to happen. We have a defender in the waiting area. Actually, no, he'll be in the bed. But we do have 2 repairs to resolve. And I feel like these are really, really important for us. And I'm not actually sure how to allocate them. So putting them on the guns would give us a lot of options, right? Like when we do the airfield, for instance, that can be pretty handy for us. That's really tempting. It also lets us just eliminate guys from here, because we can fail rolls. The artillery always works, it just might jam after, that sort of thing. It's really tempting to dig deep on at least one of these guns, but alternatively, getting both defensive positions fixed would be fine. And the machine gun, if we ever want to use it, we require a repair. And the repairs resolve after we do these 2 actions. So we have to choose now for next round. I think we're going to try going for the artillery. I think the gun is a bait, and we're going to try to avoid it generally. And I'm just going to really hope that we don't lose these defensive positions, and we'll reconcile that next round. So we're going to spend all our time repairing, hopefully correctly. We're going to get some artillery here. We now can fire 2 guns, but do a total of 3 things. And I guess these go in the hit bag. So hopefully it doesn't get just immediately damaged again, because that would suck. I don't know about the machine gun, man. I don't know. Okay, so then we're not actually treating anybody, but everybody, we do the relapse and recovery phase. So everybody in the waiting room moves down 1, and then everybody in a bed moves up 1. So these guys are all healed, and I believe that we can also then... This guy's now in a bed. Oh wait, he doesn't get better though. He's still at a 3. Yeah, we can move 1 patient into an empty bed. Only 1. Thankfully, we only had 1. And now we resolve morale. So, it's not a red day. We're not out of supplies. There's no defenders in the waiting area, because we got that 1 in a bed now. Nobody's died yet, and there are no Germans in red sectors. So our morale stays where it's at. We draw 4 high morale cards and resolve 3 of them. And I remembered to put the thing down. Move it down to 0. All right. Okay, we're not doing this one. Move the snow marker 2 steps to the left. Who cares? So we're going to add a miss to the hit bag. We get to remove 1 patrol from the map, which probably will want to get rid of this patrol. Oh, wait. My mistake. Ooh, I don't know which tile that was. It was number 4. We're in the siege part of this. We're in the siege part. My mistake. We're not doing this up here. We're doing this down here. So gain 2 supplies. Add 1 new soldier recruit to the tired area. Move 2 defenders from the tired area to the ready area, or fully heal 1 patient. I think this is the least useful one, because 2 supplies are hard to come by. So let's gain 2 supplies. Okay, so now instead of 9, we're going to have 11. We get to add 1 new soldier to the tired area, so we still got to pay for him, but that's okay. And then we can move 2 defenders from the tired area to the ready area. So let's just, ready up a couple of those soldiers. Forgot we're out of the first attack phase. You may need to remove the miss you put in from those cards. You're right, I did put that in. I fixed the patrol, but I didn't remove the miss, which is sucky. Because I want those miss tokens in there really, 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 really bad. Good call. Good call. Okay, so 3 or more defenders in the morgue. Nope. 4 or more in the waiting area. Nope. 6 artillery on the map. Definitely no. Fewer than the required number of healthy defenders left. We need at least 5 healthy defenders or we lose the game. But thankfully, no. So, we add 2 patrols out. And they're going to be in the blue area. So what do we got? We got a 1 and we got a 5. So we don't care much about this guy. We're never going up there again. We definitely want to get these mist tokens. We got one guy on there currently, and it'd be nice to get some more of those. Like, we'll need the supplies anyway, and we want to seed this bag with mist tokens really bad because it hurts. It hurts. Okay, so we're on to turn 8 of 11. We're doing okay. We're sort of surviving. You know, kinda. It is snowy. We move the snow marker to the right, so eventually we will have to shovel. I think usually it's never going to move to the right more than once per turn, so we're probably okay for now. But we just take an extra hit, and it only goes back to 5 if we let it get to the end. We don't want that to happen. Now it says add 1 despair to the high morale deck. Can we really do that? So that sucks. I assume it goes in and gets shuffled into the existing cards, not the ones that we have discarded, in which case we have a pretty high likelihood of drawing it. I think there's 7 or 8 cards in there. But overall, it could be more punishing than that. So, we put these guys in the hit bag. Now, we only have to draw, because we eliminated 2 artillery positions, we only have to draw 3 hit tiles instead of 5. So that's a lot nicer. Hello, what is your game all about? Dispatchinator, welcome in. This game is about a... Oh man, that sucks. Oh, and the gun? No way. We got really unlucky with our draw there. Okay, so this game is about... it's called Halls of Hegra. It's about the Battle of Hegra, which is a World War II combat where you're in an ancient fortress, Hegra, with a bunch of Norwegian volunteers trying to fend off the Germans for an 11-day siege. We're on day 8. Attrition is setting in, and things are starting to get a little bit bleak. They just shelled us quite a bit. We took some damage here. This guy is going to get injured, which we really didn't need. A 4, not too bad. Okay. And, oh, we injure 1 defender for this air tile as well. And this one, I know I read this. Does this go back in? Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. I don't know. I checked and now I'm second guessing myself. I think all the bad things go back in and we cry about it later. No, each air tile into the reserve. Okay, so it is out. The artillery tiles go back in. Okay. So we got to injure a defender. Let's get rid of a volunteer. Sorry, volunteer. We roll a die. We got a 3, so he's pretty hurt. Our infirmary is actually full now. That's bad. You gonna finish the game in one go? You're like a marathon runner. What do you... I think this is a game you play through in one sitting. I mean, honestly, it would have taken a lot less time. I mean, first plays always take forever, especially on stream, you know? So, just the way it goes. Usually, most of the time we play games that I would say... I like playing games this length. Sometimes I'll play games like this. About half the time I'll play shorter games. Shorter games I'll play multiple times. Like we played Demon Ship last weekend, which is also a notoriously hard game, and I lost like 4 or 5 times. You can lose very quickly in Demon Ship though. And then I ultimately won, but I was playing, usually I stream for 4 or 5 hours. Commentating your thought takes a lot. Yeah, I mean, it does. I monologue a lot about what's going on. Rightly or wrongly, that's how the stream works around here. So, all right, 5 German soldiers arrive. I don't have a good place to toss those. Their cards are too far away. And we can only fit 1 in Sector 1 because it's got a limit of 4. Sector 5, or Sector 2 rather, can fit 5. Most of these guys are still suppressed, so at least there's that. But this guy, if he moves, he'll skip Sector 3, or Sector 2 rather, and move to Sector 3, because he's a jerk like that. you know? So let's resolve this. We'll start with Sector 1. What's he do? We got a 2. He does nothing. These guys are suppressed. We'll stand them up, though, so that we don't forget this time, finally. Okay, and then there's 4 guys in Sector 2 here. What do these guys do? We got 2 4s. I rotated one. Getting these dice out of here is not trivial. 2 4s, a 2, and a 5. So 4s are moves. A 5 is a hit. And a 2 would be a grenade if he were here. Thankfully, he's not. So this hit is going to effectively do nothing. We have a defense level of 2. We're fine. These guys are going to, however, move. And then we're going to roll for them. Uh-oh. I got a 1. That's a miss. That's a nothing. What else did we get? Oh, snake eyes. Okay, so these guys actually do nothing. Whew. So we just barely snuck through there. Suppress wears off. Good call. I keep forgetting. I mean, I don't think I've actually made a mistake and had a guy be suppressed for more than 1 round or anything like that, but I just keep forgetting to stand them up. And then I'm like, when I go to activate them next time, I'm like, oh yeah, they're the suppression. It's gone. Okay, so these guys are ready. We have an abundance of supplies, but it is starting to get expensive. Now, at some point here, presumably into Siege 2, we're going to lower that down so supplies are only worth 1. And I think the idea here is we end up spending morale. Morale always gets us 2 defenders. So I think the idea is that eventually we're losing morale in order to gain troops because we simply can't get enough supplies. But I think we should spend the supplies while we've got them. They're effectively worth double this round compared to next round, right? And also we lose morale on red days. Every other day of the game is red. Like morale is going to be in the toilet. We can't really afford to be spending it on defenders too much. Let's get as much as we can here. We got 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 guys over here. So if we spend 5 food, right? Well, that gets us 10. 6, 8. Our hunters are kind of the least valuable ones now. They're good for supply runs, but that's the only thing. We don't need them for snow removal, really. So that gets us 10. Let's spend the 1 more. So we've got 5 supplies left, and we've got everything available except this 1 resting hunter. A little more space would have been really nice. Now grenades are coming. Yeah, they are going to start nading us, and that's going to suck. And of course, we get to fire at them, but we have 1 guy. We can't use the machine gun. It's not repaired anyway, and you have to have a guy in position A, B, or C to use it anyhow. Honestly, I think it's going to be important just to get these things back in the bag so that we're not dying horribly, right? But I don't know. It's we also oh yeah, it's snowing. So we only move 4 on here, right? So we aren't getting any supplies back this round. We can't do it with 4. So our 5 supplies better be good enough. Yikes. Next day 9 is gonna hurt. Okay, so what are we gonna do? With the medicine cabinet, we can fully heal a patient, which frees up a bed. That's pretty big, right? I really wanted to fire this gun and just have the other positions be ready, but it looks like that's just not going to happen, you know? So I think fully healing a patient is a necessity. Now, ignore relapse this turn. I mean, that only matters if we have guys in the waiting room. I think we have other more important things to repair first, right? So, how the heck are we gonna do this? Okay, we're gonna no more rousing speeches. This guy's phoning friends. He's phoning a friend. Get +1 on each die. If we fix this, we also suppress 2 Germans. That's worth fixing. However, we can't fix it for this round. Okay? So it doesn't really matter too much. We also need to recognize that, yes, we're going to get some supplies from these guys, but not enough. So our hunter, we should probably send on a supply run. We should probably just send out a couple of guys on supply runs, because it's going to take us like 2 turns to get back here. Okay? I suddenly understand the significance of these side paths, because I was like, why would you ever go kind of sideways on this map, right? Like why? Like, you can just run straight to a supply depot and back. But of course, I might want this guy to say, go deal with that artillery, for instance, right? And be shelled less. I kind of like that. But easier said than done. Okay. So we're going to definitely need to do something about this. I think that's going to involve firing the artillery. If we choose to hit here, we get rid of 2 German soldiers per reticle that we have showing. So we'd get rid of, I mean, we can do this separately, right? We don't have to, we can pick 2 separate actions, but we can get rid of either 2 or 4 of the attacking Germans with our artillery. Or we can eliminate some of the stuff on the board here, which, like, we're going to be putting out more patrols. When we don't have enough patrols to put out, bad things happen. We don't want that. And we want to be able to succeed with this supply run. So we might want to put some of the effort up towards this area of the map. Like, if I got rid of this patrol, then this guy could come eliminate the other artillery, for instance. So we know we're going to fire that for sure. Our medicine cabinet lets us fully heal 1 patient. When we put a medic here, it lets us move 2 spots, right? If you get to the top, they're healed. So this would let us fully heal this one. And our medicine cabinet, we can fully heal either one of these ones. If we put our other medic down here, that would let us get this guy to the point where his recovery would allow him to also get healed, right? So we can fully heal these 2 guys, fully heal 2 of them, and then 1 will heal from the recovery phase. And that leaves us with some space. Okay, so that leaves us with 7 guys. Okay, now, is the field telephone even worth doing? We're only rolling 1 die. Maybe it's not. Maybe we do go for the inspirational speech. Or we promote a guy. I don't know that promotions are going to be super necessary. I think we basically have to put, like, all of our effort into repairing, right? We can repair 2, 1 gun, 1 defensive position, repair 3, get another defensive position. And that leaves us with 1 guy with which we could do a counter patrol. Counter patrol lets us remove 1 of the patrol icons off of the board. Maybe that lets us focus our artillery on this problem, because using it up here isn't super effective, actually. I mean, we could get rid of this artillery with it. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. We got to do a boatload of repairing, though, and some healing and some other stuff. Send out some supply runs so that we actually can have some supplies later. And yeah, a little bit of counter patrol, because this actually, we need to get to this supply depot eventually here too. And like, there's some German problems in the way. 3 repairs and 1 bolster. Ooh, I want to do the bolster, but a bolster takes 2 guys. And I just don't know that I don't think we got the bolster in us this round. I think we have to do it next round. But this round, no bolster. Okay, so we fire at the Germans. We cannot use the machine gun. Our 1 guy is going to shoot at them. What does he get? Oh my gosh, we got a 6. So one of these guys is hit and eliminated. That's a big deal. So that's it. I should have used some reckless defense and I didn't. I kind of, yeah. Anyways, whatever. We hit the one guy. It is what it is. We are firing our artillery. We got to make good decisions about how we want to resolve this. So we can hit 2 guys, so they'll die, and then we suppress the rest, right? That would be cool. It'd be nice to free up some space in Sector 1 because they're a lot less damaging to us, basically. I think we basically have to do that, or this infantry is just gonna like absolutely overrun us, right? So one of our guns is gonna shoot. 2 of these guys are eliminated. 2 are suppressed. Okay. We got to roll for that. 4 or higher. We did roll a 4, so our gun does not take any damage. And then the final one here. So, what do we want to do with this? We can attack the map row. If we do that, we can eliminate either an artillery or a patrol. The artillery means we're only drawing 2 hit tiles, at least for now. That would be very nice to have happen, right? Alternatively, if we do the airfield's kind of the interesting action here. So for each thing, this is the one we want to do when we have a gun showing 2 things, okay? Because we can gain 2 morale, add 2 miss tokens to the hit bag, which is a big deal, reduce the surrender marker by 1 level, which eventually we're going to need to do, I think, or choose one of the air tile stacks and move it to the reserve. So we just eliminate that air tile stack and it's out of the game. We never have to deal with it. The air tile stacks cause us to injure defenders or lose morale, right? Okay. We're going to do a counter patrol here. We know our supply run's got to get out and do some damage, or not do damage, get back, like go collect things and make it back, right? So I think maybe what we want to do is, I think we just get rid of this artillery while we've got the chance, right? I don't think it's the tile. I think it just is either an artillery or a patrol, irrespective of how many is there. I should have looked that up while I had it open, but I failed. Yeah, okay. So we just removed 1. We got to roll a die. We need to roll 5 or higher, which is going to be tough. We got a 3. So our gun is jammed. Does it get jammed? Or does it... why do I keep closing the book, man? We're doing new things here that we've not done before, and I keep closing the book because I'm foolish. Okay, yeah, we flip it to the jammed side. And that's the significance of this middle one. If the gun jammed, we would flip this one and still be able to use it, right? Like, to get this thing fully operational, we need to repair 3 times still. Yikes. Okay. So we got rid of the artillery. We got rid of some guys down here. These guys are tired out. Okay. Supply run time. So counter patrol. So I think we want to go get these mist tokens, and we want to go do so soon, right? So I think we probably want to use our counter patrol to just eliminate this. then we can just run straight there. Right? We remove one. This guy's tired out. If we had repaired this, we would have also got to reduce suspicion level by 2, which would be really, 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 really handy. Especially because if this gets maxed out, we add 3 patrols. Or no, we add a patrol and then move this down to 3. I see. So that's going to be rough. Okay, so now we do our supply runs. So this guy, it's snowy, so he can only move 3 because he's holding a thing. So he can move 1, 2, 3, right? And these guys can each move 4, but there's not actually a spot for them. There's a spot for 2 of them, right? These guys, let's send the hunter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, those guys are ready to pick those up and bring them back. Hopefully next round. If it's a sunny day, they can make it, or at least the hunter can. Probably 2 rounds though, right? This is the tough part. So now, the other thing we need to do is get that back to this depot or to that one, right? And I think we'd rather unlock this depot. So I think what we do is we send this guy, 1, 2, 3. He's gonna attack, which means he'll probably get injured. But we want to get this guy off the board, right? He could stop and we would reduce the suspicion level and he could just stay there. But he could also attack. I don't know. Our dude isn't going to make it. He's only going to make it 1, 2, 3, 4 anyway. Okay? But we want that opened up. So we don't want to have to keep sneaking by him like 8 times. Let's attack him. Let's attack him. Okay? So, what allowed him to move there? I see no dotted line. What do you mean? He moved from here. He went 1, 2, 3. There's a dotted line here, a dotted line there, and a dotted line there. I just noticed something very strange, though. That was fun. So, let's get this right. Okay. Maybe that makes it easier to see. I don't know. Either one sucks. Not a good spot to position that, but okay, when we fight, we return this patrol token to the bag. We for sure win, but we have to roll our die. We got a 3. That means we're going to get injured, right? So we go to the infirmary, but our suspicion level goes down by 2. This guy's going to be in the waiting area. Let's see how bad he is. We got a 5. He's fine. He's fine. Cool. Okay. And then we've got our final supply run, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Hoof it towards that back corner, I guess. All right. So we've done our supply run and counter patrol. We're down to maintenance. So, maintenance. We're repairing 3 things. What 3 things are we going to repair? I don't know. Defensive position. Do we just dig deep and repair all the defensive positions? Or do we want to... I think artillery is more useful. We can fix this gun, so we're always firing 2 guns. And fix this one. Let's try this. I don't know. I don't know. Gun turret 2, number 1. Yeah. Okay, so you and I had the same idea. Defensive position A, the second shot on the gun, on the first gun turret, and the first one on gun 2, right? So that now if we take the artillery action, we get 3 things, right? Which is a pretty big deal. Hopefully, we really hope that that doesn't get damaged again. And we have a little bit more defensive positioning. I mean, it takes like so many resources to repair this, and like we're coming up short. Rousing speech. This guy just loves to like pontificate about how winnable this is. Yeah, look at them run. You know, I don't know, because like all he does is like inspire the troops. We get to move that morale marker 1 spot up. Okay. So we're going to do this stuff. So the medicine cabinet lets us fully heal 1 patient. Nice. Then these 2 let us move patients up to a total of 4 markers upward. So 1, 2. That guy's healed. And then 1, 2. And this guy's tired out, but the other dude is almost healed. Now, I don't know if we can always put that guy from the waiting room, or if it's like literally if they're in the waiting room, only 1 moves over and it's during relapse and recovery. I think that's how it goes. I think you kind of suffer with the waiting room based on, you know, yeah. It doesn't say anything about moving patients. So anybody in a bed moves up 1. This guy gets healed. Anybody in the waiting area moves down 1. But then you can move 1 guy from the waiting area into a bed. So we've got... We did it pretty much exactly like last time. So that's okay. It's not a red day. We're not out of supplies. No defenders in the waiting area. No defenders in the morgue. No guys in red sectors. It's close, but no. So we draw 2 cards and resolve 1. Bam. So I don't think we have enough supplies. Like we only have 5 supplies, and we only get 2 guys back per supply. So I don't think we have enough supplies to actually, like, I think we should just suck it up, injure a defender, and remove this card from the game. I say we injure this guy. This card's out. And we have to choose that one to resolve. We rolled a 4, so he's in bed on a 4. Not too bad overall, right? And this sucks because during Siege 1, this would have let us add 2 miss tokens to the bag, which would have been really nice, in my opinion. But instead, here we are. At least we got that out of there. It's no longer in the deck waiting for us to die horribly, right? And we're going to continue here. So we don't meet any of the surrender conditions. We certainly have at least 5 healthy defenders. Nothing bad happens here. But we're now on to day 9. So we're on the really yucky part of this track, okay? So we're going to put out 3 patrols at the end of day 9. And we lose morale just because it's a red day. For the rest of the game, we always lose 1 morale at the end of every turn, no matter what. Okay? Perhaps more, especially if we're not dealing with our infirmary very well. Okay? And we're into stage 2, siege 2. The yucky part. We're down to the wire here. This has felt pretty manageable so far, honestly. But I feel like it's building to a crescendo, and that crescendo looks like us dying, right? So, note, you are in Siege 2. Exactly, yeah. So, let's get our first Siege 2 event. Let's see what we get. It's cloudy. So, cloudy's nice because it means we can move 5. We're desperately going to need some supplies. I think we're basically pooched on supplies, honestly. I think I flubbed it and didn't put enough guys out. And even moving 5, I don't think we get in. We get one guy back this turn, this dude. But these guys can't make it back this round, you know? Anyways, that sucks. Move all patients in the infirmary 1 level down. The lights in the infirmary just broke down. We have to operate in the dark. No big deal. No big deal. Right? Okay, so we get to add the leftmost stack. This causes us to lose morale. Those are going to go in the hit bag. Now, the good news is we only have to draw 2 tokens because we've eliminated all the accessible artillery positions. We've eliminated them from the map. Now, what I would really like is please don't draw gun 1. I just one time want to shoot the gun with both things. Just once. All right, we got injure 1 defender and our map room is busted, which honestly, that was a dummy tile that we just are happy was in there because we're never using the map room again. We got all the snow tiles. And if we want to move to snow, we can just shovel it. So we got to injure 1 defender, probably a volunteer, but like our infirmary is looking pretty full. So he's going to go in and oh my God, we rolled a 1. So he is on the brink of death. The good news is we can use our medicine cabinet to fully heal 1 patient. So for a single medic, we can get this guy right back in action. Just in the dark, who cares? We'll put an arm where his leg was, put a leg where his head was, he'll be fine. Like, what could go wrong? Okay, so now we got to add Siege 2. We have to add 5 Germans. So there's our 5. 2 go down here. 2 go up here. Injure 2 defenders to remove this card from the game. That would be really nice. These advanced cards, unsurprisingly, are very hard. This looks bad. Okay, this looks yucky. I don't like it. But what are you gonna do? Okay, so the infantry attack us. 2 dice for our guys in Sector 1. We got a 2 and a 6. So a 6 is a hit, and a 2 is nothing. So that's awesome. The worst thing we could have got was move. So a hit actually, we got enough defense, nothing bad happens. These are all resolved individually against our defense, which is the only thing that makes it like remotely tolerable, right? Sadly, we got to roll 5 dice for Sector 2, and some of them are going to move up to Sector 3 and start hucking grenades. We know it. Hey. Suppression wears off. Good call. Good call. Good call. I miss it every time, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Okay, so what do we get here? We got a 6. We got a 5. We got a 2. I might have rotated this dice while pulling the other one out, but it's too hard to tell. Okay, so in this zone, 2s and 1s don't do anything. So one of these guys isn't going to activate. But then we got 1 who's going to move, and the other 3 are going to hit. Oh no. Yikes. Okay, so 3 hits minus 2 for our defense means we're going to take a hit. Our 1 lowly guy who is holding down the fort is going to be injured, and we do not have room for him in the infirmary. So we got a 1. He's almost dead. Oh no. And he's in the waiting area. Oh no, it's a disaster. That's pretty bad. That could have gone better. Now this guy's going to move up, and then we're going to roll 3 more dice for these remaining guys. We got nobody on the wall to defend, but we can assign them, right? We can assign them. We got a 2, a 3, and a 6. So a 2 is a grenade. Oh no. A 3 is a move and a 6 is a hit. Okay, so the grenade will reduce our defense by 1. The hit minus our 1 defense, we're still okay. Not that there's anybody there anyway. And then this guy's gonna move up. So we're gonna roll for him again. This is horrible. This guy's like on a mission. We got a 2. He's gonna throw a grenade. Oh my god. Our defense is down to 0. Oof. Okay, we said day 9 was gonna suck, but like, holy crap. That was bad. Thanks for that hydrate, Martina. Taking care of me. That was bad. I agree. That was bad. That was really bad. Like, it would take us all of our actions just to like fire at these guys and get our defense back up. And defense feels like really essential because if it's at 0, we can't afford for these guys to just die, right? Like if it's at least at 1, we can tolerate a hit. They have to get 2 hits simultaneously for us to take damage. Yikes. Just overall, that was rough. Okay, and our infirmary is looking iffy. This is exactly what we expected, right? The crescendo, we're scaling into this game and it's getting really dicey right around here as we're making our last stand. So, this guy is available, and then we have 5 supplies. We are going to have to use all of them. That's to get 10 guys back. So 2, 4, 6, oops. Is it during Siege 2 that this goes down to 1? I don't know. It probably is. I didn't check. No. We move it to the right during the coup and during the retreat. The only other thing we do is the last stand, which is like the end of the game, basically. So I think that maybe there's event cards that would cause that to move over or something like that. But it's still 2. So we've spent 3 to get 2, 4, 6 guys. We can get 8, 10. We can let 2 rest. And we can get the other 2 back by losing 1 morale. Because we need as much as we can get, basically, I think. You can repair medicine cabinet and use it in the same turn. It's true. It's true. And then we get to ignore relapse so that this guy doesn't die, which is really important, right? Apparently 6 Norwegians died and 150 Germans, but the Norwegians gave up because they didn't have any food. That does sound oddly familiar. Looking at my supply right now, you know, just taking a gander at this, No food seems very believable. And basically, like, you know, most of the things on the list down here are, you know, you surrender, their degrees of surrender. Was it an honorable surrender or not? That type of thing. Okay, so we got back as much as we could afford. I think we don't have any supplies. We have to utilize the rest to get those dudes back. Okay, so let's figure out how we're going to do this. We don't want this dude to die. And relapse happens before recovery. So you're right. We have to repair the medicine cabinet and then like activate it so that we ignore relapse for this turn. So that's going to also let us fully heal a patient. So this guy will be healed and this guy won't die, but these guys will not be healed. They'll go up 1 spot. So if we assign both of our medics, I mean, it's interesting. I guess, of course, medics count as 2. There's no reason why we can't use the medicine cabinet multiple times. Dude, we could just... I don't know why I wasn't doing that before. Right? Because we can always use it multiple times. We could just put our medics here and just fully heal those 3 guys. And then they're out of the way. Why wouldn't I have done that? I don't know. Okay, so what does that leave us with? We desperately need to put 2 guys on our suppressive fire positions. But that at best eliminates 2 dudes, right? The field telephone would give us a 30% better chance of eliminating guys. But it would require us to, like, we'd have to put our dude on it. I don't know. I think we risk it. We're going to have to play a little fast and loose here, or we're just going to end up dead. Right? Now, we can move 1 to 5. So this guy will make it back with some supplies. We'll get 2 supplies for next turn without hurting our morale, which is very bad. These guys can make it to here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them can get to here. The other can get to here because the hunter can ignore the restriction. He can move full distance even if he's carrying a thing. And this guy can make it 1, 2, 3, 4. He can not really get much of anywhere, but he can at least, you know, be on his way back. I don't think it's worth... So, anyone who's not on the map right now, like, do we actually get any supplies from them? We're here on turn 9. If we send them out, they would have to make it back on the next turn for us to have a net gain of supplies, right? Is that even possible? I don't know. We could send... I mean, I guess these guys could go to that depot because they're not going to make it back this turn anyway. And then we can send them to the closer one where they could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They could get there. So they get back next turn, then we have those supplies for turn 11. And the next turn is the only really, you know, absolute dud. Do we send out 2 guys on a supply run? And this is the last supply run we make? Or maybe not even 2. Do we just send out 1? We really need those supplies, man. Oh, this is awful. Okay, if we fire the gun, that leaves us with 2 other dudes. Bolster and supply run, yeah. I mean, we can't... Okay, we can use this guy up here to fire, and then we could bolster, right? We're drawing low morale cards. It's happening. We don't have a lot of options. I think this is the best we can do. The nice thing is that we are going to get some of these dudes off the map soon, and then we are not going to be sending any further ones out. So, because like we got a lot of guys locked up on this part of the board. Not that we have supplies to feed them with, you know? So, whatever. I think this is it. We got to fire the artillery, make some stuff happen, deal with this. Bolster is necessary. It would be nice to bolster another time, but it's not happening because we got to repair the medicine cabinet. Yikes. This is way too sprightly of a song, by the way. It's like, you know, this is all happy and good. We're like, there's explosions, there's grenades on the wall, everything's blowing up. It's a disaster. All right. So we can't do it in quite that order because we have to resolve the artillery and the supply run before any of our maintenance actions. So we'll have to defend the walls, fire the guns, do the supply run, then we can repair the medicine cabinet before we use it, but it will have to come after firing the guns and so on. So let's defend the walls. We have 2 guns. We got a 3 and a 2. So we utterly failed to actually eliminate these guys, but we can suppress 2 of them. That sucks. That is really bad. Of all the times to roll poorly, we picked this one. Okay, so let's think about how we are going to use our artillery, because that's what's next. We're firing the artillery. I'm pretty sure we're not firing it at the board here. We don't care about those patrol tokens or anything like that. But we can choose a sector and remove 2 guys from it. So like if we use our top gun here, we have to pick one sector that would get hit by it, right? But we could remove everybody from sector 2, for instance, which would really slow down the German push. What we can't do is remove 2 from sector 2 and 2 from sector 1 unless we use both guns. Now we could do that, right? I mean, we could use the first gun on this one, remove all of these, and then remove 2 of these. The other 2 would get suppressed, right? That's an option. The other thing we can do, though, is that we can use the airfield, which lets us gain morale, add miss tokens, and reduce the surrender mark. I thought this was going to be important. I think we just got to deal with this. We're just going to lose to these guys charging us, right? So, I mean, I think we actually want to eliminate all the guys in sector 1, because we could leave these suppressed, but then they just get pushed into sector 2 and they kind of artificially start further up the board. So I have to go soon. Thanks for the stream, by the way. How do you win? Is it surviving 11 days? Basically, yes, right? Like the win condition after the last stand on day 11 is how many healthy defenders you have, right? And it depends on where you're at on this track here, but basically you need to have somewhere between 3 and 6 healthy defenders, and then whatever you've shown on the track down here is kind of the nature of your victory. So ideally we would have at least 3 healthy defenders. We would have pushed this down here, and that's the German forces retreating, but we're currently shooting for an honorable surrender. If we don't have enough healthy defenders, we simply lose the game. But so far, that doesn't look like it's going to be our problem. I mean, that remains to be seen. We could just die horribly, you know? Norway really is the luckiest country. Germany lost the war, and Soviets were too far, and then they found oil in the 60s and became a superpower. There you go. Okay, so let's shoot our first gun here. We get to eliminate 2 guys per little reticle icon shown. So those guys are all dead. We have to roll a 4 or higher. We rolled a 1. Perfect timing. So the rightmost thing gets flipped. Our gun is now jammed, but only like we could shoot it again. We just don't get the super perk. And like we can always repair that. Surely we have enough bandwidth to do that. And then our second gun, we're going to remove 2 guys. And these guys get suppressed, the remaining ones. So this is looking a lot less scary. Okay, and then we got to roll a 4 or higher for this one. And we rolled a 5. So this gun did not jam. We're good. Our artillery guys are tired out. Okay, now we're doing our supply run. So we're going to send out our supply runs. Which I think I may have resolved incorrectly in the past. I think we have to do these ones before we do any of the things on the board, but that's okay. So we're going to divert these guys over to here because they can't make it back this turn anyway. So we're going to send these guys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They can move 5 because it's cloudy, and they're going to be able to bring those 2 back. And then our existing ones on the board. This guy's going to come back 1, 2. And do we have more things than there are tiles on the board? We do, right? This guy can go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the best he can do. This guy can go 1, 2, 3, 4. And this guy can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because the hunters they ignore the restrictions. Now, What's going to really be painful is if we get snow next turn, because these guys can make it back in 5. And these guys can make it back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We really need sun, or they're going to have to do some serious sneaking. But that's the way it's going to be. Here we are. Here we are. Okay, so this guy made it back. That gives us 2 supplies. Beautiful. And we get to add a miss token to the hit bag. Because we have eliminated most of the artillery, this really isn't that bad. Getting rid of the artillery instead of worrying so much about the hit bag was definitely the way to go. But we'll see. Okay. This guy's tired out. So we did our supply run. That's all finished. It's as good as we can do. Supplies, we're going to have to dip down into our morale for next round for sure. Now we get to do our maintenance actions. So we're going to repair, and we know that we're repairing the medicine cabinet 100%. This goes in the hit bag. Okay, and then we're bolstering so that we have 1 defense. Better 1 than 0. And then we're doing our medicine cabinet. So we can fully heal 1 patient. That's this guy. Oh, actually, we fully heal all 3 patients using the medicine cabinet. These guys are all tired out. And then we ignore relapse this turn. So we don't have to deal with relapse. This guy doesn't die. And then we can move him into, we can move 1 guy into a bed. So he's still on his last legs, but he at least didn't die. So that prevents us from losing morale every round. So that's big. That's big. Now, sadly, we lose 1 morale because it's a red day. We have supplies, so we're okay. No defenders in the waiting area. Good. No defender dead. Good. And no, we have 1 German in a red sector, so we lose an additional morale. So we're -3 morale. Not ideal. 4 low morale cards. Let's go. We're going to just reset this so I don't forget. Okay, hope. We have to resolve this one. We can gain 1 supply to remove that card from the game. We desperately need that supply. So let's do it. So we're going to resolve this. This one's out of the game, but we have 3 supplies now. And then we have to choose 2 of these to resolve. So it's Siege 2. So move all patients in the waiting area down 2 levels. Let's resolve that one. Oh, wait, no, hold on. If you choose this card but cannot resolve it, draw 1 tile from the hit bag and resolve it instead? No, let's not do that. Oh, these are all terrible. Okay, so here's our options. We've got move the surrender marker 1 level up. So that reduces the quality of our victory and means that if it ever moves up at all again, we immediately lose. Unless we use the artillery action to move it down. So that sucks. Draw 2 tiles from the hit bag or draw 1 tile from the hit bag. So I think we're drawing 1 tile from the hit bag, but then are we drawing 2 more? Or are we moving the surrender marker up 1? If we move it up 1 and nothing bad happens, it's like, who gives a shit? But the chances that we just, screw something up and randomly have to resolve one of these again or something and then lose the game is definitely there. That's an unconditional surrender if we mess that up. You say draw 3? I think so. I think it's going to hurt bad, but I think you're right. I think we draw 3 hit tokens. Ugh. Gun 1. Lose a supply! No! And the medicine cabinet! Oh my god, it's a disaster. Okay, so we lost that 1 supply that we so desperately needed. Gun 1, we repair it and it's jammed under there. So we gotta repair it twice to get it fully operational. And the medicine cabinet got busted. It's a disaster. Gun 1 is yuck. Exactly. Okay. Do we have 3 or more defenders in the morgue? No. Do we have any in the waiting area? No. Are there 6 artillery on the map? No. During the siege, do we have fewer than the required number of healthy defenders? As long as we have at least 5 defenders, we can win. So we have to add 3 patrols to the map, which could really... We want low numbers. Patrols over here, we really don't care about. But 5s and 6s make that last push on our supplies really difficult to realize. So we have to add 3 to the map. What do we get? 1, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. That was just fine. We lucked out at least on the patrols. We fooled them by raiding these ones effectively. They're thinking we're still on that western side of the map. The fools. They're totally wrong. Okay. It's turn 10. We got this turn and 1 more. Can we make it? I don't know. It's funny because this felt very manageable, and it has just gotten bleak in the last, 2 turns. Really bad. So, Siege 2. What do we get? It's sunny. Oh my gosh, that is such a boon for us. That is super important. If it had been snowy or cloudy, it would have been really bad. Move all unsuppressed Germans from Sector 1 up 1 sector. There are none in Sector 1. This is such a good card for us. Okay. We eliminated all of the guys in Sector 1. We don't care. We do have to put 6 of them out in a little bit here, but we got to resolve these things first. We're going to put our air things in the hit bag. Not as bad as it could have been. It's true. It could have been lots worse. Okay, we're only resolving 2 of these. We have been actually quite lucky that we haven't been getting artillery tiles out of here, because that would require us to put the artillery back on the board. And we really haven't had that. So we got a miss and our defensive position A, which I don't feel like we've drawn that more than anything else. All right, we rolled a 6, so this guy's not doing too bad, which is nice. And then we're gonna resolve these 6 dudes. So 4 in Sector 1, 2 that don't fit that are gonna go here into Sector 2. And this looks bleak, but it's going to be a lot more bleak next turn when all these suppressed guys stand back up. So, let's deal with Sector 1. What do we got? We got a 1 and a 4. Another 1. And another 1. So, 1s are nothing. A 4 is moved. That sucks. So, this guy moves up. These guys do nothing. Okay, so these 3 in Sector 2... I missed the thing. We got a 2 and 2 4s. So a 2 does nothing, and the 4s move. Man, these guys are charging us. I don't like that at all. Now we got 3 guys in Sector 3. 1, 2, 5. So a 2 is a grenade. Goodbye, bolstering. A 5 is a hit. This guy's now injured. 3. He's down here. And then the 1 is nothing. So one of these guys does nothing. And then this guy's just suppressed, but he'll stand up. So we still got some severe problems over here. We don't even get to take pot shots at them. And if we do, we get 1 guy who gets to do it. And that's after we deal with our horrible supply issue. So overall, it's looking pretty bad. This hurts. This hurts the soul. This hurts the soul a lot. Okay, so these guys are ready. We can spend our 2 supplies. We get 4 guys. At least one needs to be a medic. Probably they all need to be medics. That's all the supplies we got. So either we're having a extremely lean turn, or we're losing 3 morale to get 6 more guys, which I think is absolutely necessary. I mean, we can use this guy to increase the morale, and then it's like we got 1 for free, right? So that's 3, 4. 5, 6. And these guys are resting. Okay, we got all of our guys back, basically. So bolster 2. Use medicine cabinet, possible repair. Yeah, I feel like bolstering is pretty important. I think we also just have to artillery these, right? Like the only thing I know for sure is this is happening. Because we need to eliminate some of these dudes. It's either that, or instead of firing their artillery, or we use the artillery for something else. But we could also just use some reckless defense, right? These guys die all the time, but it's worse if there's nobody there when they die. I think, like when we would take a hit, I think instead yucky things happen. Let's see. Oh no, we ignore any remaining hits. So nothing bad happens if we don't have a defender there. I mean, just having one, like, even getting rid of this guy or suppressing him would be really handy, right? Because we don't want to waste artillery or something on this. So I think that's worth a shot. I think we can send some of these volunteers on reckless defense. We gotta clear this out, or we're just gonna die. Period. We know that these guys, like, there's no reason to ever use these on here instead of just send them to the medicine cabinet, because that fully heals all 3 patients, and then they're out of the way. All right. That leaves us with 4. Now, we will end up adding 2 patrols. We got enough patrol tokens in there, so it's not going to matter. That's next round anyway, but we don't want to run out of patrol tokens. But we have enough that it's okay. So we don't need to worry about removing patrols. I also don't think we need to worry about the snow tile, because even if we get snow, we're not going to get to the point where we're drawing hit tiles. So these guys need to bolster or repair, period, right? I think we put this guy on the gun. And then what do we do? The guns are messed up, right? Do we bolster one and repair one? I think we do. I think we just split the difference. Those 4 goal, no reckless defense because of no beds. I mean, I know there's no beds, but like, I think losing one, even if it means we end up with like low morale or whatever, we don't have, in a perfect scenario where we don't have enough supplies to feed everybody anyway. So it actually like getting rid of a guy or 2. I mean, yes, you know, we lose 1 morale per defender in the morgue. We don't want to go crazy, but if 1 guy dies and we're going to lose 1 morale for it, but this feels fine, I think that's a trade I'm willing to take. Because, like, otherwise, if these guys aren't here, I can bolster with them, right? But, like, then what? I could at least do 1 reckless defense, but then what does this guy do? And I got 1, like, leftover guy. I mean, I could just leave him in the ready zone and he'd be good for next round. I would really like to get rid of this And at some point, I want to be able to, like, I want to get this down. We gotta use the guns and go to the airfield, right? That means we need like excess. The other thing we could do is we could just forego the reckless defense, hope that this works out. Here's the problem. We kill at most one guy, and then with our artillery, we get rid of at most 4. And then there's a ton left over who, yeah, they might be suppressed, but that means that these guys that get added basically just are in this zone immediately. I think we're just gonna stick to the plan. These guys are gonna go stab some dudes, and we're gonna suffer the consequences. I mean, they might end up getting hurt and be like here in the waiting area. They're not necessarily at a 1. Yeah, and I will lose 1 morale every turn, I know. But there's only 2 turns left, right? There's only 2 turns left. We're gonna live the dream here. I don't know whose dream it is to recklessly defend and probably die, but it's somebody's dream, and damn it, they're gonna live it. All right, so let's fire at the Germans. We roll 1 die. We got a 6. Oh my gosh, we did it. We eliminate the guy in Sector 4. He walked right up close and we shot him. Great success. Okay, then our 2 reckless defense. So we get to hit 2 guys with each of these. So we can remove all 4 of these. Sector 3 is now free as well. Now these guys get injured. We're going to roll 2 dice. And we got a 6 and a 2. So one of them is very near death. One of them got really hurt. One of them is not too bad. But neither will die this turn from relapse. Which, well, we're probably not repairing the medicine cabinet. We could. Okay, now this gives us some more like options, because we can fire our artillery and well, we got some options. So, what do we want to do with it? I mean, we could just get rid of all of these guys except for 2, and the remaining 2 would be suppressed, right? That's an option. Then this is really not so bad for that last little bit, right? Or we can use the artillery to go to the airfield. If we do that, we can raise morale by 2. So we're not having to deal with these low morale cards. Or we can decrease this, so we have a kind of better victory potentially. You know? Those are options. I don't know. I don't know if we should just blow them up and like remove the pressure from over here. It's very tempting to do. Let's just do it. Just blow them up. We put all this effort into this. We're sacrificing dudes in reckless defense. Let's just nuke these. Hey, we got to roll higher than a 4 twice. What's our first one? We got a 4. 4 or higher. It's inclusive. And we got a 3. So our second gun is pooched. But our first gun is still good. All right. So our bolster seems less useful now, but we committed to it anyway. Oh well. We do our supply run first though. So we can move up to 6. What a blessed day. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're just sneaking past. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this guy can't make it because they can only move. They move 1 less because they're carrying a thing. So Could they make it if they snuck the other way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. These aren't connected, but we could sneak past, or we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could make it if we sneak past this German patrol. So let's try it, right? Because we want these supplies now. We don't want them next turn. I don't know that we need them. I don't know what actually happens on the last stand. Do we need supplies for some reason? Does it matter? I don't know. But we want them now to purchase guys for next turn, right? Okay. So let's try and sneak by. So we do a sneak check, right? I keep forgetting what happens if we fail, which makes me irrationally angry, like many things. But we roll a 6-sided die, so sneak level is currently 3. What do we get? What do we get? We got a 4, so we succeeded. So we get to continue, but we move the suspicion up by 1. We can continue for 5. We're out. We made it. Okay, and then this guy's going to try the same thing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got to get 4 or higher. Or no, we rolled a 3. We failed. We failed. So this guy gets returned to the reserve. Oof. And the patrol marker goes back to the bag. And presumably our supply just stays put. Not that it matters. But we got back with 4 guys. That's a big deal. That is a big deal, right? So these guys are tired out. But we get 2, 4, 6, 8 supplies. That is huge. Okay, additionally, we get to put out a soldier in the ready area, actually. He's not ready for this turn, but he's ready for next one. Okay, we get to remove a patrol, which, who cares? But whatever, we might as well. And we get to add 2 miss tokens to the hit bag. Additionally, we gain 1, 2, 3, 4 morale. But we also gain 1, 2, 3, 4 on the suspicion track. Oof. All right. That supply run was pretty successful, I think. It was about as good as it was going to go. So, what do we want to repair? I think we want to repair the second gun. We're going to need it. We're bolstering. I wish I'd put those guys on the second repair, but I didn't, so too bad. And then our medicine cabinet, we don't get to skip relapse, but we do heal all 3 of these guys. And these guys will relapse. But then we can move 1 into a bed. I don't think he heals this round, though. And this guy just stays in the waiting area. Now we don't lose... Well, we lose 1 morale for having a defender in the waiting area. So we're still going to end up in negative morale territory, but not like 7,000 negative, you know? So, kind of better. Sort of. Maybe. And this is looking good. It's looking good. Okay? So we did all of our healing and stuff. We lose 1 morale because it's a red day. That puts us at 0. And then we lose 1 because we have defenders in the waiting area. That's it. There's no Germans in red sectors. We don't have any defenders in the morgue. So we are going to draw 2 low morale cards and resolve 1. So that's not so bad. We might even get a hope card here. We do. We have to resolve the hope card. You must choose this one. So we can gain a supply to remove this from the game. Do we need that supply? I don't know that we do, but we are taking it. We have 9 supplies. And we are happy with that. None of these occur, so we're good. We move this to the final turn of the game, turn 11. So we're going to add 2 patrol markers this turn, which seems really odd because there's no turns after it. But nonetheless, we will add 2. And then we resolve the last stand, which is this event card here. There's only 3 of them, but we resolve 1, but that happens at the end of our turn. So, tokens go to remove pile. Oh yeah, I did that. Took me a second. Okay, so let's do our final turn. Siege 2. Oh, we got an advanced card. Fabulous. So we're going to put one of these on Sector 3. And Sector 3 has... It's interesting. This one doesn't say the thing here. It just says, oh, okay. So these layer. These are really bad, actually. These layer on top of... So first it was, oh, now red ones only have a maximum of 4. Now additionally, they all count as red for like Germans in red sectors reduce morale. So now we have 3 red. It's not just Sector 4. Sector 4, 3, and 1 are all red sectors that cause us to reduce morale. So that's bad. And we have to lose 2 morale to get it out of the game, which is probably less overall than we would lose from having Germans in those sectors. Shit. Well, we'll see how that goes. We get to add 2 tokens to the bag. We only have to put out 2. We really managed our artillery really effectively. So effectively, I feel like I've made a mistake. But it's when we draw artillery tokens that we move it to the right. You know? I don't think we actually made a mistake there. We got a miss token. And we lose a morale because, you know, morale was too damn high. Okay, and then we are adding only 4. We're only adding... Oh, whoops. That was a disaster. This was on 1. But we only have to add 4, which would normally all fit down here, but not for us. But that's okay. So we got 3 in Sector 1. I see a 2, a 6... and a 6. So 6s are hits, sadly. So our 1 defender is dead. Or injured, anyway. We rolled a 2. Fabulous. This guy's in bed. And then our 2, the other guy does nothing. He's just going to hang out. And then our final German in the other sector, we rolled a 2, which also does nothing. So he's just going to hang out. And overall, we just have 6 guys on the board. No defender. He's currently hurt. But that's pretty okay. This could look a lot worse, for sure. So, that's our last infantry attack of the game. Let's figure out. These guys come over. We left that guy, or we gained that guy from our supply run. So we have 9 supplies, right? We can get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 guys. We can get all of our dudes over here for 7 of our supplies. And we are ready to go. So... I'm gonna check that out after. Okay, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I don't even know if we put this guy here. Right? Like, I feel like we can just eliminate these guys. Even if we just run at them recklessly. Is there anything we can do to move guys out of the waiting area? Is it only the one per day? That seems unfortunate, but I think it might be. Yeah, we can only put them in the bed when they're injured or during the recovery and relapse step. Okay. So, we don't want to, like, lose a bunch of dudes with reckless defense, but it's the most consistent way for us to actually deal with this, right? Like, I'd like to move this marker down using the artillery fire. Like, I would really like to do that. We could pot shot one of these dudes, but I wonder, do we just send out 3 volunteers recklessly? I don't know. Oh, it has to be within range of the defender. So we would have to use soldiers to get down here. We would have to go... I mean, we have a big fat stack of soldiers here. But we would have to go like that. I'm highly considering just getting all these guys off the board. I think it's worth it. What we would do with our remaining guys? I think I left these dudes here and we didn't pay for them. They would have been tired. We would have used all of our remaining supplies to get them. Because I don't think I purchased them and then stacked them over here. I'm pretty sure I just flubbed that entirely. But I've reconciled it now. It's fair. It's fine. We can fully heal some patients, including the ones that get hurt here. We're firing the guns in order to decrease this or gain morale. We could also get morale by going and yoinking that and dragging it back, right? It's a cloudy day, but we could go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's send out a supply run. Sure. Let's go pick up that guy. Why not? Gives us an extra dude in case we fly. I guess it doesn't actually because we don't have one available here, but nonetheless. I don't know what we can do to, like, you know, positively influence things. Basically, we can assign a guy here, because why wouldn't we? And then we can just we have not a lot happening down here, which makes it feel pretty okay, right? We can like repair some damage. We can bolster. We can have a inspirational speech. We could even have a second inspirational speech so that we avoid the low morale, and maybe even have high morale. It's possible, right? Because we're just gonna run at them. We're gonna shoot them once. We just want that guy there on principle more than anything. We can repair some stuff, like we could repair the medicine cabinet, for instance, and one of the guns. And we can have a couple inspirational speeches. Do we need to bolster? These guys will be dead. I don't think we get any more Germans that attack us. I don't even know if bolstering makes sense. Do we just repair? We can fix up the gun in case we somehow need it. Or we could fix one of these defensive positions. We want to have guys in the defensive positions. The remaining German forces will advance further if they're empty. But I don't know that there will be any remaining Germans. Anyways, let's just do this. Let's give this a whirl. Okay, so We fire at the Germans. I got a 6. One of them is dead. But then we're just going to run at the Germans, and we're going to remove all of the remaining ones. But we have to take 3 injuries. We only have space for one of these guys. We got a 2, a 4, and a 6. So let's just put the 2 in the bed, and the 4 and the 6 out here in the waiting area. Okay? We're going to fire the artillery. There's nobody over here to shoot it at. So we're going to fire it, and we're going to do the airfield. We've never done this before. We're finally getting there. Oh, each option cannot be resolved more than once per round. So we can reduce the surrender marker by 1, and we can gain 2 morale. It's not bad. Now, the hit criteria here is a 6. We got to roll a 6 for our guns. We got a 5, so that's going to be 1 that gets flipped, and we got a 2. So this is why we didn't want to do this earlier, because it's very challenging. I really wanted to have one gun with both things on it that we could have used, but we never really got there. Okay, so we fired our artillery. We're doing this supply run, where this guy's going to come 1, 2, 3, 4. He makes it back. We gain 2 supplies. We gain a morale. We also gain a suspicion, so that's going to put out a thing from the patrol bag. Does that leave us? Well, we have just enough tiles in here, I think. We got a 4. Too late to be patrolling, Germans. Okay. So this guy's tired out. We don't actually get this special thing because there are no soldiers available. So then we're into maintenance. We're going to shovel some snow just because we can. We're going to do 3 repairs. So, medicine cabinet. Sure. We'll do that. We're going to do 2 inspirational speeches. 1, 2. We get to add 1 hope card to the low morale deck. We get to heal all these guys to full. We don't do the relapse this turn, so these guys are fine, and we can move 1 of them into a bed. And then we reduce this by 1 because it's a red day. We lose 1. Is it 1 per defender in the waiting area? Or is it for having any defenders in the waiting area? Any number. So we lose 1. And we don't have any German meeples in a red sector, so we're fine. So we get to draw 2 high morale cards and resolve 1. It is Siege 2. We can move our defense level up, or we can add a miss in the hit bag and look at the top 3 cards of any deck and put them back in any order. I mean, I don't know what happens on the last stand, but I mean, we could just look at the last stand deck and pick a card, right? Okay, let's try it. So let's do this one. It's Siege 2. We're gonna add 1 miss to the hit bag and look at the top 3 cards of any deck and put them back in any order. So we're gonna Add a miss token into the hit bag here, and we're going to look at the top 3 cards, which is all the cards of the last stand deck. And we get to basically pick which one we resolve. So injure 2 defenders or move surrender 1 level up. Draw 3 tiles from the hit bag. Or move the defense 2 levels down. All of those suck. Injuring 2 defenders is probably the least bad overall. The hit tiles could be a lot worse than losing 2 defenders. Maybe? I mean, what are we going to lose? We're going to lose like guns and defensive positions and stuff, which I don't know that we need anymore. So maybe drawing 3 tiles from the hit bag. We put out fewer enemies that way. Let's try 3 tiles from the hit bag. We'll see what happens. You like the left option? I think we're going to try and min-max here and just get fewer dudes out down here and see what happens. Okay, so it's last stand. Oh, we got to put out 2 patrols. And then the last stand, we get absolutely rocked. What do we get? A 5 and a 4. There's only 2 patrol tokens left in the bag. But that's okay. So the last stand is here. So it says draw the top last stand card. And follow the instructions as normal. After you've resolved the infantry attack, check how many defenders are left in defensive positions. So that could be bad for us. It would have been nice to have more here, but we didn't really have an opportunity to do that because these just continually got damaged. All right, so it's snow. We're going to draw 3 tiles from the hit bag. No volume right now. Are you winning? Yes, I'm winning. That's really hard to do. Yes. Here, I'll even just... Why don't I just do that? Okay, so what do we get? We got 3 tiles. We got... The gun 1 is damaged. Who cares? A miss... and an artillery, which I don't even remember. We moved the thing to the right and we put the artillery out. Did we draw an additional hit tile? I don't think so. Why is it so hard to remember these? Why is it so hard to remember what page it shows us the reference? It's in some like weird little call out. So we move this one to the right. Put this on the board. Fill up yellow first. And that's it. Okay. So that was our hit tiles. Not too bad, right? If I could find where I put the... Oh, here's the last stand card. The fortress is about to collapse. Okay, so the air tiles go in the bag. We take 2... I don't know whether we're supposed to take 2 or 3 here. Honestly. The rightmost uncovered spot on the artillery track. I would say the rightmost uncovered spot says 2. Because the marker is covering the other one. So we draw 2 hit tiles. We lose a morale and we injure a defender. Okay. Injure a defender. Sorry, volunteer. But hey, we got a 6. You're not too bad. And you can just go right into the bed. The warm bed. Skip the queue. Forget those guys. They're nerds. Okay, and then we add 6 German soldiers. So 4 down in Sector 1. 2 in Sector 2. We're going to roll for these 4 down here. We got a 1, 1, 2. 2. They literally do nothing. They just stand there. They're thinking about attacking us. And then those in Sector 2, what do? I got a 1 and a 2. They also literally do nothing. What are these rolls? What are these rolls? They just are standing there looking at us. I like it. So it says, if you have one or more defenders in the defensive positions, move all German infantry meeples 1 step forward, and then resolve any in the charge box. The game is now over. So they would have moved 2 steps forward if we had no defenders. But we did have one. It wouldn't have mattered anyway, because they wouldn't have made it to the charge box. But that's it. So, compare the number of healthy defenders you have in the defensive positions and the tired, rest, and ready areas to the number in the box. If you have at least that many, you've survived this siege. So, we need to have at least 4 healthy defenders. And we have a boatload of healthy defenders. So we totally survived the siege. We did it. We win. This is a truce. We didn't get to, I thought we couldn't activate the same thing from the airfield twice in one round. So we only got to do this, move this down 1 time instead of 2. I thought we were going to get the best victory here, which we didn't. But hey, we can save that for next time. Artillery token goes back in bag. Must redraw. Well, I think we're okay. I don't think anything that would have happened would have changed our outcome here. So yeah, overall, I think that was a fun little Euro version of a war game. I think I really enjoyed this. I feel like we were exceptionally lucky about, 1 or 2 things. Namely, that the artillery was a total non-factor. We just didn't draw artillery tiles. Period. And because we didn't draw artillery tiles, well then we're only drawing 2 hit tiles. If we were drawing 3, 4, 5 hit tiles per round, this would have been a loss, right? And especially because then we would have been drawing more, we would have been more likely to draw artillery tiles. But we just lucked out in that we eliminated the artillery early, and then we never drew any artillery tiles for the entire game until that last stand, basically. We got that 1 out, but we spent the entire game drawing 2 hit tiles per turn instead of 3, 4, or more. And I feel like that was a complete fluke. And I mean, obviously then we spent more time repairing than doing other things, but overall, we're taking less damage, and those artillery tiles would have caused us to need to repair and stuff like that as well. So I think that was frankly, the only reason we won, right? The red cards were not bad for your run. Yeah, I mean, the advanced cards, this thing was probably the hardest single thing that happened in the game. This siege card coming out where this sector 1 had that 1 fewer, because we so often had 1 or 2 suppressed guys here, and then it just meant that almost everybody were adding to sector 2, or even sometimes spilling over into sector 3. This felt very hard to manage, and it was a little bit unfortunate that these defensive positions we just couldn't keep repaired. They just got blown up literally every time. We'd fix them, and half the time we wouldn't even put a defender in them, and they would already be blown up again, But yeah, anyways, I felt like this was a really interesting game because I have played some other war game. Nothing crazy heavy, nothing, no 8-hour huge games, but they're just generally not for me. And this was attractive because, sure, there's some dice rolling, but it's very Euro-y, right? The bag building is like a sort of deterministic push your luck kind of thing. You know what's in the bag, and you get to decide how hard you want to push. Is there some randomness there? Of course there is, but it's not wild. The dice, yeah, you can just roll poorly, but you have at least some opportunities to manage them once you get into the last one or you find the field telephone. That's an option. Um, so overall, that felt pretty good. Things that not too far from 8 hours. Hey, listen, that's true, but still, it did take a lot to initially get going. I feel um, I did find myself. I gotta say, the core gameplay loop is really simple, and the reference on the player aid here is super like detailed and accurate. But I felt that there was like lots of little edge things where I just like, like, okay, so I resolve that hit token. Does it go back in the bag or not? Right? There's lots of little things like that where, like, honestly, those questions are things that I could have, like, you could have a 1 page little printout that would kind of answer all of those little things and make this like a lot more easy to play without having that committed to memory. Right. Um, but, whatever. Took us a little while to get going. I still was referencing the rules like up to the last round because it's like, that feels so very wargamey to me. It's like this works exactly the same for all of the rounds except for all the ways it doesn't. Right? You play 11 rounds, but there's 4 different kind of phases, or 3, I guess, 3 different ways in which you resolve the actions, and then bonus special things that only happen at certain times that are completely unique, right? It's a pretty cool game. Yeah, I agree. So is this all you're doing tonight? I think this is probably all I'm doing tonight. It's 7 o'clock, and I usually stream on Sundays for somewhere around 4 or 5 hours. I would have liked to play this twice, but I will admit it took way longer to play. On stream is a big part of that. Some rules challenges, also a big part. Uh, I thought I was going to get through this twice. I think also that's part of the nature of the game too, where this is very clearly end loaded, right? Like, it's a siege, it's a war of attrition. But like, you're not going to lose on round 3 or round 6 for that matter, right? I think you're probably, this is good until you're in that siege 2 area, and then everything goes to shit, and it's can you sustain with what you've accumulated thus far, right? So yeah, I think we're gonna. I'm also kind of losing my voice, honestly. So I think we're gonna call it quits here, and find a place to raid. And I know what I'm gonna play next week. I've been publishing the schedule on Discord. If you join the Discord, I think the social links just got dropped there pretty recently. Still learning the rules, but enjoying it. That's awesome to hear. How long have you had it? I learned the rules on stream. I had read them, but I played through the game in one sitting here, and I had to reference the rule book a fair bit. There was lots of little edge cases where I just like lacked a bit of certainty about what exactly to do. You know. So yeah, anyways, on Mondays, I've been publishing the stream schedule for the upcoming week on the Discord. So if you want to join the Discord, you can check that out. This coming Sunday, well, I guess, Wednesday, I stream on YouTube Live with my daughter. And we're going to play a couple small box, shorter games. We're going to play cat themed games. House of Cats being one of them. Sleepy Cats being another. And a third game that, I don't know, Sarah picked something. I'm not sure what it is. So we're going to be playing that this coming Wednesday. And then I was lucky enough, I kickstarted one of my favorite games, I think. Favorite because it's bizarre. Is called Dungeon Degenerates. And I kickstarted Dungeon Degenerates like a majillion years ago. And they've done multiple printings since then. And I had backed the most recent one, the 4th edition, I think it was, or maybe it's 5th edition. I'm not sure. Doesn't matter. Part of that was an errata pack, which just updates some cards that had errors and things like that. And I'm going to get, it's been a hot minute since I've had Dungeon Degenerates out. So I'm going to play that this coming Sunday. So that should be fun. It's funky looking. Do I have it handy? No, I do not. But it's got a very unique art style. It's really like vivid, lots of magenta and primary colors and funkiness. It's weird. I love it. How about you clean up on stream before you end, allowing more time to chat? Wow, Seth, you're really eager to hang around. I mean, that I could do. That I could do. Let's chat. I'd be curious if anyone in chat has any other like solo war games like in this vein that they've tried. The only other one that I have Resist, which is kind of, I think it's different. It's a small box. It's shorter, that sort of thing. But I think it's also sort of, you know, it's war themed, but it's not like a war game, if that makes sense. I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but I think basically it's, you know, this has like a Euro rule set, and it's my impression that Resist is kind of similar. So I've got that I want to get out on the table at some point here. Oh, I suppose I probably need to actually sort out some of these ones that I just kind of hucked everywhere. Music stopped again, but I'm not going to bother to fix it. Siege 1, Siege 2. Those advanced cards were mean. Oh, that's one other thing about this game that we didn't actually give a try because I didn't want to have the mental bandwidth to try to remember. But basically, there's missions that you can do in this game, and you essentially have some objective to complete, and you gain a benefit if you complete it, and you suffer horribly if you don't complete it. Basically, by the end of the game, I think you have to complete it by the end of turn 10 or something. Have no patrols on the map. Reveal all snow cards. Have no artillery on the map, or have no infantry on the board. Ah, I see. So you get a reward based on which turn you achieve it in. And wow, it looks like reveal all snow cards in turn 4 or 5. That seems aggressive. Like, I don't know how you do that, but I can only imagine if we had this mission to have no patrols on the map, how much that would have changed our gameplay, because we had like oodles of patrols, right? What do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 on the map right now. Like, that would have been, and at no point did we have fewer than like, I don't know, 4 or 5 after the first couple of turns of the game. Once they got out there, we never really dealt with them. So that would have been quite a different experience. Most board games are too hard, in all honesty. Can be. Just got Plum Island Horror. Gonna take a while to get used to it. I don't know what that is. I don't know anything about that, actually. So yeah, I think, like I said, war games aren't usually my thing. And this isn't really a war game, but you know what I mean. And it kind of is. But yeah, the only other one I have, Resist, which is right off screen there. I'll probably try to get that to the table sometime soon. I've heard really good things about it. I'm eager to give it a try, but it just hasn't been kind of in the cards thus far. Too many games, not enough time, you know? It's constantly a problem. But hopefully I'll get that one out soon. And then what else? Oh, I also have the other thing that came recently that I'd like to play soon, which is this guy, Stone Spine Architects. So this is another Kickstarter. I haven't done any due diligence in terms of reviews or anything. I don't really know anything about it. I literally backed it because I really like Role Player, and I don't really like cartographers. But yeah, I mean, in theory, you're designing a dungeon in this, and seeing what happens. Uh, Fundamentally, I think that's a fun theme. Had a lot of fun back in the day with like Dungeon Pets and games like that, for instance. So it's kind of a follow from Dawn of the Zeds. Oh, okay. I had Dawn of the Zeds, which was a game that I appreciated, but not enough to keep. So I ultimately sold it. I feel like that is common theme. That's one thing I'll say. Like, I have a really big board game collection now. We, my wife and I, we say 1,000 games, but it's probably more than that if we're honest. And one of the unfortunate things about that is it means that hey, we've got more games than we tend to be able to play. In like it takes us, some games sit on the shelf of opportunity for a really really long time. But one of the things that also happens, kind of a byproduct of that, is we just end up like a game has to be really really good for us to keep. You know, like there's a ton of games that I would play that I would happily play again, and like I enjoyed all that sort of stuff, but nonetheless we end up getting rid of them because they were good but not great, or they were great but they're not actually going to work out for our group because of some factor. Like I think that's actually a personal challenge for me, is that a lot of games that I would like to play, I like heavy euros. Like what did I play on stream like a couple weeks ago? I played was it Wayfarers? No, it wasn't Wayfarers. It was the South Tigris game. Not Wayfarers. What the hell is the other one? Something of the South Tigris. It's just I'm completely drawing a blank. I'm thinking of all the other games. I'm thinking of Architects of the West Kingdom and all those Paladins. What the hell is it? It's bugging me. It's driving me bonkers. I'm gonna look it up. I played the other South Tigris game, which is like a nice crunchy euro. I think it's Scholars of the South Tigris. That's the one. Anyways, so I played that, and it's rated as like a 4 out of 5 weight on BGG, which like anything above a 3.5 or so. I think the weight ratings are one of the things on Board Game Geek that I feel like are pretty consistent. Like, I think you can generally, like, they're fairly reliable. Obviously it's done by consensus, but it's rare that I play a game and think, wow, that was way lighter than people had said or something like that. So anyways, it's like a pretty crunchy game. Like anything like 4 is heavy. Like that's in the, there will be lots of people who won't enjoy this because it's just too hard to understand, or you have to spend too much time investing, like learning it, right? So I played that on stream, a couple weeks ago, and I loved it. Like that was one of the best games I've played in recent memory. But it's also like something that I feel kind of a little yucky about because it's heavy enough that almost nobody in my game groups is going to like it. Like I like that. That would be a great solo game that I would play again. I would love to have a group where that was the sort of game that we played regularly, but it's just too damn hard. And especially these days, my groups are more interested in like light to medium euros, right? So that's the sort of game where that one was good enough. I'm probably going to keep it, but like there's lots of games like that. If it was slightly not, if it was just a little bit worse, I wouldn't keep it because it's never going to hit the table, Scholars, yeah, Scholars of the South Tigris. Super good game. Man, I enjoyed it. Played it first time on stream. That one was a little bit rough to get through the rules because it's like just a little bit. It's just a little bit odd. It's a lot. There's a lot of colors involved, and a lot of the way that you can manipulate your dice is a little bit unusual compared to most games, and it just takes a little bit to kind of wrap your head around. Like that's the heavy part, I guess. But man, did I like it. But yeah, it's the sort of thing where it's like, could I take that to my game group and play it? Sure. we have two groups where we regularly play games. Either group would be willing to try that game. Neither would like it. And 5 years ago, I would have taken that game and dragged them through it. And I don't do that anymore because I recognized at some point I figured out, hey, I'm actually the only one having fun. Maybe not quite that bad, but you know what I mean. So yeah, I'm trying to avoid that sort of thing these days. And yeah, it's tough. A little clumsy sometimes. All right, well, I got this mostly cleaned up. This is actually a really good idea because honestly, one of the worst things about streaming, pro streamer by the way, is often I don't clean up the game and then I come out to set up for like the next game and it's like, oh shit, I have to clean up Halls of Hegra first. Which is like, it sounds really, really dumb because it is. And it should be trivial, but it isn't. And it often takes like, it's just that like, it can be really stressful getting set up for stream when things aren't going your way. And if you have to spend an extra 10 minutes cleaning up a game that you weren't anticipating, that's often the deal breaker, at least for me. Silly, but true. All right, so I'm basically done cleaning up here. Just got to throw a couple of these things in a bag or two. Let's find a place to raid. Should have been doing that. Wasn't. I don't know who's on. Sundays are weird. Sundays are weird. Sometimes it's bumping, sometimes not. Heart board games, B&B tabletop, time roller. All right, we got a couple options. Within the board game category here. I like to stay in. I feel like when I duck outside the board game category, sometimes it's great, and most times it's just an absolute disaster. Oh my god, Time Roller's playing Kalis. And there's an ad. Okay, I'm going to put these things away. We're going to raid Time Roller. You know why? Because Kalis is one of my favorite games. God, I love Kalis. He's playing the new Kalis, which I can't even remember. Kalis 1303 or whatever. It's funny because I would say that old Kalis is one of my favorite games. Might even be my absolute favorite game. It used to be a game like Kalis is exactly the game that I was just sort of talking about. Is it super heavy? No, but it's like it can be pretty mean. It can be definitely cutthroat, and it's hard to play well, right? And it used to be the game. It was my birthday game. I would play it with Martina on my birthday, and we would almost never play it otherwise because it was just sort of like a little too difficult for our groups, or they'd want to play something else. And also, it's like a 20-year-old game now. It shows its age in some ways. And in any case, it's sitting right there above Chaos in the Old World. You guys probably can't see it. But old Kalis is like one of my favorite games ever. And then they came out with a new version of Kalis. And the updated one like makes it generally easier. It gives everybody a little bit of like kind of bonus powers and adds a little bit of drafting and stuff that just kind of smooths it over so the disparity between like an excellent Kalis player and a novice isn't as large, which is like a pretty big deal. And what surprised me about it was that I think I actually like new Kalis better. I was firmly, like, absolutely certain that I was going to try this new Kalis. They were going to have, like, part of the thing that makes Kalis a great game is that it's absolutely cutthroat. It's like, it's the type of game that I would describe as my perfect game. It's no luck, perfect information, best player wins, period. The end. That's it. Right? It's not, oh, I rolled a 1 and if I had rolled a 6 that time, it would have been better or whatever. No, like you just Everybody has the same information. It's totally open information. You know everything about what what your opponents have and what opportunities are available to them. And go. Person who does the best wins, right? But even though the thing that makes Kalis a great game is the fact that it's cutthroat and that gets diminished in the new one, I still think I like it better. And I haven't figured out entirely why. Like, maybe I've gone soft in my old age. I don't know. Jamie Daggers. Whoa, great timing. You mean the timing where we're cleaning up and then raiding out? Perfect timing, Jamie. How you been? Hope you're doing well. Jamie Daggers, friend of the stream. If you don't follow her, you should. Absolutely should. Mini Painter just spent some time at Adepticon. Hasn't been streaming too much this past week because of that, but I think is getting right back into it for this coming week. So, in any case, I was asked to stay and chat. So we were just chatting while I cleaned up Halls of Hegra. Weirdly, I won. So notoriously different game, or difficult game rather. I think we fluked our way into a win, but whatever, I'll take it. That means our win streak is back up to 2. Our last play of Demonship, we won, and now we played Halls of Hegra, and we won. I'm going to play Dungeon Degenerates next week, which isn't really a lose or win kind of game in the same vein. So I think we'll just not really count that on the win-loss streak. Also, I probably should make some sort of actual counter for that because it seems to be a thing. I've been very streaky. It's either a horrible loss after horrible loss or fantacular win. That's a word. Jesus, I need to stop streaming. Anyway, I'm exhausted but good. Apparently, I'm also exhausted, and my throat hurts. I'm getting a little sick, and I'm running out of steam on talking, which I'm sure, Jamie, you are deeply familiar with, especially after demoing your game. Jamie, budding game designer, working on her own board game, which she was demoing at Adepticon. So, I mean it. You don't follow her. You got to go fix that right now. Anyhow, I was just rambling briefly about Kalis because Timey is playing it. We're going to raid into him. It is one of my favorite games, and he's playing the newer version. Time Roller and I feel like are completely different with board games in that he likes to play games like two-handed, where like he'll play as 2 characters at once. And I like to play games like this, where it's solo versus a bot or something like that. If it doesn't have a kind of explicit solo mode, I'm never playing as a 2-player game as both players shoot me right now. I would a million times that rather happen than me do. Well, maybe not, but you know what I'm saying. Not my jam. 2 whole days at Adepticon. New levels of Sleepy were achieved. Nice. All right. So I'm going to start up this raid. We're going to raid Time Roller. We're going to be happy about it. Thanks so much. Good to play against yourself any way you win. It's true. It's true. Thanks so much for being here today. Like I mentioned earlier, I will be posting the schedule for next week on the Discord, but I do know in advance I will be back here Sunday, 1 p.m. Mountain to play Dungeon Degenerates, and I will be on YouTube live on Wednesday, 6 p.m. Mountain, with my guest Sarah, to play some cat-themed lighter games just for shits. So that's what's coming up this next week. And yeah, thanks so much for being here. Halls of Hegra was a blast, and I will see you guys all next time. Have a good one.